8
Yeah,
o'clock.
these are.
All right, 7 o'clock, I'll call us to order. Join us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay. Number 2, additions to the agenda. Casey, Christie,
No.
Isaac, Mark,
Nope.
Mary,
No.
Keith. Okay, so we don't actually have an addition necessarily. We need to do an evaluation tonight. So we'll probably just tack on, excuse me, extra time. Personnel. But all right, so no additions. We have a motion to approve the meeting agenda for tonight.
I'll make it.
Second.
Casey and Mark, any discussion? All in favor? 7-0. Consent agenda, which include the minutes of the regular board meeting from October 11th, minutes of the special board meeting October 25th, the October payroll and check report, treasurer's bank account reconciliation report for October AP check report, cash summary report, high school, middle school activity report for October, and the list of purchases.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Mark and Mary.
I got one thing.
Okay.
It just kind of looks funny because I wasn't there. But it says on board member reports that I should say.
Which is on the 11th.
Yeah, the regular board meeting. It says that I talked about the reg, that I wasn't actually there.
I probably copied and pasted
Okay, so we need to strike that.
Yeah. I think I told you, I gave you an update, you said something.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
something. I gave you a report.
Yeah.
So we just need to change this name.
Yeah.
Okay.
As amended.
Okay. Anything else? So we have a motion to approve the minutes for both as amended. You good with that? Say, all right, so Mark made the motion, Mary seconds. Any more discussion? All in favor? 7-0. Open forum. Mr. Burns?
I'd like to introduce two of our new staff members. Ms. Grego, looking forward. Courtney Grego, she's our classroom coach for our new live streaming science curriculum. And I'll let her tell you a little bit about herself.
We moved here in April, and I have 5 kids, 2 graduated, a freshman, a 5th grader, and a kindergartner. And I have been an interrelated para for 11 years in high school and 4 years in junior high.
How do you think the program's going?
I love it.
About the kids?
They're in shock.
Which is to be expected. Thank you, ma'am.
No problem.
Steve Thompson, he comes to us to teach high school, middle school math. He has a wealth of math experience and a lot of coaching experience.
Yeah, I don't know how much information you want. Since year 31 for me, moved out to Southwest Kansas to take over a family farm north of Ingalls, and that has been turned over to my son. So I'm back in education, and yeah, I'm thankful for the opportunity to be here. I'm driving every day from Dodge City, so if you see a car in the ditch and I'm asleep, that's what happened. I just didn't. I'm thankful for rumble strips. I really am. They're a very good thing. So if you guys have questions of me, I would entertain them. I think Mr. Miller, your wife is Jana, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yep.
she was at Ingalls, the first couple of years I was there, and one of her brothers was there too. So that's the only connection that I really kind of have. Anything?
Good.
No.
Thank you both.
All right, thank you guys.
Welcome. Anybody else for open? No, alright. Item number 5. Elementary. I'm assuming that's the crowd that looks younger than some of us.
I'll hold that.
Good.
Great, alright.
Hi, I'm Maddie. I'm Andrea. I'm Julie.
I'm out.
We'll be showing distributed property with boxes, 73 times 4. So we make put 73, put 70 on one side and 3 on the other because we take, so 70, so 73 is, so we take, so 70, because there's 7 tens, that's 70, and then there's 3 ones, so that's 3, and then it's 84. There are 0 tens, so we do 0 there, and then there are 4 ones, so 84.
And then we're gonna do, in the first box, we're gonna do 70 times 0, which equals 0. And then in the box next to it, we're gonna do 0 times 3, which also equals 0. And then under the box that we did 70 times 0, we're gonna do 70 times 4, but we're gonna cross out the 0 real fast and just do 7 times 4, which equals 28. But then we gotta put the 0 back on. And then we're gonna do 4 times 3, which equals 12. And then after that, we want to make a little area where we can add up all those numbers together. And 0 plus 2 plus 8 is 12. So you put,
Just tell me.
it's actually just 29, 292.
Do you remember what these numbers are called?
Those numbers are
Partial products.
Partial products, good job. Alright. So now we get rid of the boxes.
Now we move on to
So
favorite way.
now we're
You
doing
know, let's have Alex, you wanna talk first? Go for it, you can do it. Did I put you on the spot? Okay, go ahead, name 3.
So now we're doing math distributive property of multiplication. 73 times 4. First we do 4 times 70 plus 3. So we get 70 plus 3 because there's 7 tens and 3 ones.
So did you do the same thing?
Yes.
What did you get rid of?
Well,
Instead of putting it in the boxes, what did we use?
instead of putting it in the boxes, we put it in sections. We broke up the biggest number, and there are 7 tens in 70 and 3 ones in, yeah. So we broke up the biggest number, and whatever we split up the numbers and multiplied both of the numbers times 4,
Very good.
which equals 200. and 92.
Okay. Then we learned how to solve the problem like this.
Math, multiplying with a placeholder.
Okay, so instead of going through the whole problem again, can you just explain to them why we use the placeholder? Did I throw you off? Tell them what
I
you
can
multiply
do it.
first. Go for it.
We multiply 3 times 4, which equals 12, and then we put 12 down there. We put a placeholder, which is a 0 under the 2.
Why did you use the placeholder?
Because the 7 is actually in the tens place.
So you're actually not multiplying by 7, you're multiplying by what?
70.
Very good. You have to explain to
Then
Emily.
we
Oh, you're not done?
did 4 times 7, and that equals 28. Then add it all together, and it's 292.
And the last way that we've learned to do it.
And multiplying with regrouping.
You did it today in class. We'll let her do the first ELA poster. You guys finish this.
Multiplying with regrouping. So we do, so the top, so what we're dividing together of factors. We're doing 3 times 4, that's 12, we put the 1 on top of the 7, and the 2 on the bottom. Then we do 7 times 4, that's 28, then we add 1, that's 29.
You get the same answer
Yes,
every time?
yes.
So-
And 292 is called
Very good.
So basically what we're doing is the same question in different ways. You can solve it in different ways however you want. You can do it however you want. There's different ways to solve one multiplication problem.
Very good. So then today we jumped and we were doing 2-digit by 2-digit. All right, Alex. Your turn, sister. Tell them about this. What did we do? Talk really loud.
The Christmas mouse.
Okay, what was the Christmas mouse? What did we do first?
We wrote a rough draft. Then we revised our rough draft. We wrote our final draft. We did our rough draft sketch of our illustrations. We did our final draft illustrations. We are published authors.
So after we did all of these things, what did we do?
We gave it to a publisher, and he's going to laminate it so it doesn't get all messed up.
Send it back in a cover?
Send it back and
Just like
And when we bring it out, it will be just like a library book.
Just like a library
Brand
book.
new.
All right, last one.
then we're doing wonders. So first we did reading different genres, expositories, narrative, and drama so far.
What do we start today?
And today we started poetry.
Then we do seesaw independent work, fluency, recording, and listening to ourselves. Word power vocabulary.
Why do we record ourselves reading and listen to it?
We record ourselves reading and listening to it because it helps us become more fluent with our reading. And what we do at the teacher's table is we read and work in small groups so we can get better of what she's teaching if we're not that good at it yet.
Specific skills, right? We work on?
Yes.
All right, Alex, take us home.
And play skills, practice game on the smart board.
What's one that we do?
Math,
Or ELA ones?
vocabulary.
Vocabulary. Very good. So that's a sneak peek into what we've been working on in 4th grade. So, thank you.
Third bullet item there. It's still present, fifth grade. Right there.
Alright, here's my 5th grade group. You guys introduce yourselves. I'm Kaylee. He's Johan. I'm Naomi. Hi, I'm Paloma. I'm Martha. I'm Kaya. I'm Lainey.
The guy that can't see his
5th grade. Let's see. Read on level text with accuracy, appropriate rate, and expression on successive readings. Read your fluency book out all the way through. Choose a page you want to reread for fluency. I will read page 10. Know your mistakes. Did you understand what you read? If you read too fast or slow, are there words you don't understand? Ask somebody to help if you don't know a word. Send the video recording to the teacher on Seesaw.
And read your fluency book through again.
These represents the books that we're reading.
5th grade math and identifying polygons. Classify two-dimensional figures based on properties. Triangle has 3 sides. Quadrangle has 4 sides. The pentagons have 5 sides.
A hexagon has 6 sides.
A heptagon has 7 sides. An octagon has 8 sides. An octagon has 9 sides. A decagon has 10 sides.
And then an acute angle is that one shape is a triangle and they have one acute angle in it.
An obtuse is there's one obtuse angle. Right is one right angle. These are the shapes of the This is a quadrilateral. This is a hexagon.
And then an acute angle is an angle that's less than 90 degrees, and an obtuse angle is more than 90 degrees.
Right.
A right is perfectly 90 degrees.
Like triangles by sides. Isosceles is 2 sides congruent. Equilateral is all sides congruent. Congruent. Fifth grade math. 2-digit and 2-digit divide by 1-digit divisor. A successful student can multiply and divide multi-digit numbers.
Okay, so.
Come on, stop staring at
Well, okay then. Okay. So what we do first for double digit multiplication is you take the first number in the ones and you do it that number. So our numbers are 6 times 9, which is 54. So you add the 5 on top of the 2 and 4 on the bottom. So then we have to we go this way now. So 6 times 2 is 12, but we have to add the 5 is 17. So now we have to add a placeholder because instead of 3, it's in the tens place, which makes it 30. So we write the 0 down here, which makes it 30. And then you do 3 times 9 is 27, so put the 2 on top. And then the 7 down there. And 3 times 2 is 6, plus 2 is 8. So then you add all that together, and then your answer is 1,000.
steps for it is the first step is multiply the ones place. 2 is add place holder or pose a 0.
3 multiply the tens.
4, add.
5 dead. The next one is 38 times 54. First, you do 4 times 8, which is 42, and you put the 3 above the 3, and then you write the 2 underneath the 4, and then you do 4 times 3, which is 12, plus 3, which is 15, and then you write 15. You add a placeholder, and then you do 5 times 8, which is 40. You hit the 4 with the second 3, and then you put the 0 next to the placeholder, and then you do 5 times 3, which is 15, plus 4 is 19, and then you add.
Which gives you 20,000, or no, just 2,052. Alright. And then the other thing we've been working on at math time is long division. So the long division problem we have is 5 divided by 875. Let's explain it.
So what you do is you do how many tens of 5 can go into 8, and you can only go into 1 time. So you do 5 times 1 equals 5. So then you subtract 8 minus 5, which you get 3, and then the answer has to be smaller than the divisor, and then you bring down the 7, which equals 37, and then you see how many times 5 can go to 37, and it's 7, so 7 times 5 is 35, so you subtract that and you get 2, and then you bring down the 5, which is 25, and then you see how many times 5 can go to 25 is 5, and then you do 5 times 5 equals 25, and then when you get a 0, the answer on top of it is.
How you check it? How you check it is you take the quotient, or not the quotient. The quotient, so and this is the quotient is your answer, and then you take your divisor. So then you take your quotient times your divisor, and you multiply that, and it should equal your dividend. That's your quotient. That's your dividend. That's your dividend.
Can you guys actually check that every time? You know how every adult in this room checks that? They pull up their phone and use their calculator.
You're not supposed to tell them that. I tell them they
You guys could be feeding us the biggest line of garbage and we wouldn't know.
And I think this one is actually probably their favorite.
Fifth grade math power to 10. Explain patterns if the W and zeros of the product would multiply the powers of 10. Use whole number exponents to denote powers of 10.
To solve powers of 10, what you have to do is times it how many times it says to. So if it says 10 to the power of 3, you have to times it 3 times. So 10 times 10 times 10 equals 1,000.
So and
The exponent is how many times you multiply.
and that's
Right here we have 10 to the power of 2 is equal to 10 times 10. Here are some powers of 10 times other numbers.
times the power 10 to the power of 5 is because 10 to the power of 5 is 100,000, so you just do 100,000 times 3, which gets you 300,000. And we have a song to sing. We have a song to sing.
This is from Number Rock, so yeah, we just listened to it. The base number is 10. 2 is the exponent. 10 to the second is 10 times 10. The fifth power of 10 is 100. Again, the base number is 10. But now 3 is the exponent. 8 equals 10 times 10 times 10. The third power of 10 is 1,000. To find the power of 10, look at the exponent. Take your pencil and then write down many zeros.
Let's not do it again.
There's more of a song, but it takes too much time.
It takes a long time to write it all down.
I give that demonstration a 10.
Spartan Pride Award.
Okay, so Spartan Pride this month, as always, this award, I'll just read the letter, just go around. We're excited to share with you this month's Spartan Pride Award nominees. We're extremely excited to have Cottonwood Coffee House out of Lakin as our Spartan Pride Award sponsor. We appreciate them supporting our program. I would also like to thank everybody who took time to recognize their peers for going above and beyond for USD 216. So just as a reminder, this is what is at the top of the nomination form. The Spartan Pride Award is intended to recognize and honor employees who make a positive impact on our students. These employees are shining examples we should celebrate and encourage our students to model. Nominations will be collected each month. The nominees will be recognized across the district. These people are all great examples for both our staff and students and are at the heart of what makes USD 216 a great place to be. I would like to thank them all for their time and dedication to our district and our students. So this month's nominees were Mrs. Katie Hahn, Mrs. Jessica Miller, Mrs. Lauren Hastings, Mrs. Sonia Infante, Mrs. Ana Rojas, and Mrs. Viviana Martinez. And our November Spartan Pride Award winner is Mrs. Lauren Hastings.
Thank you. Awesome. Oh, copy, right? Thank you, appreciate it.
All right. Communications, there was a thank you note and a resignation letter in the packet. I'm actually gonna jump real quick. Alyssa, you wanna do yours real quick? We won't make you sit through the presentation. Not insurance, it's building needs.
I'll ask my aunt about that. Hello. What we did in Stuco this month, we helped middle school organize the Red Ribbon Week, which was last week, or 2 weeks ago. And then we also helped Officer Hartman with the Safety Week activity, which was last Thursday. Everyone had a really good time and took it very seriously, mostly.
What did they bring over? What were the events?
They brought over the drunk goggles and health cards, which we did not crash once. They also brought over a demonstration of an airbag and the seatbelt simulation to show that you should wear your seatbelt for impact. And then this upcoming this Thursday we're having Veterans Day, an assembly where we'll bring in veterans to talk. And then in the high school we had our Auschwitz trip on October 29th, and we all had so much fun, and it was a really nice experience. And then we also had our principal advisory meeting, our first one today, at lunch, and I think that's it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Now you can go home. Do your homework. All right, Kelly Leopold.
Who's time?
We'll make this work. Not sure how we're gonna follow all of that.
I know, we did bring a song.
I do have to say, this has been the funnest board meeting.
Sometimes.
All right, well, hand sanitizers, pens, all the good fun stuff in there, right?
Take hold of all this stuff,
Yeah.
so I can read it.
That's it.
Since I don't get a table bump, Mary and I don't get a table by ourselves,
A couple extra here so you guys could trade, swap, whatever, you know? It's good stuff. All right, guys wanna come up?
Oh, sure.
Oh, either whatever you want to do, sorry, no worries. So, appreciate you guys taking time out of your board meeting, very full board meeting, at that, to include us in here and talk about everybody's favorite topic, insurance, right? Right up there with amusement parks and thrill rides and all kinds of fun stuff for Christmas. So, we'll try to keep this short and brief. That way, you guys can get on with the order of business for tonight. Like to set the roadmap, I guess, a little bit, kind of tell you where we're trying to go. First, we'll introduce ourselves, our company, talk a little bit about EMC, which is the company that we want to propose or bring to you guys, and then talk a little bit about why we think EMC and Keller Leopold makes sense for Deerfield USD 216. Okay. So, as we open up our little guides there and we head down this, Keller Leopold was introduced into the public sector in the early 90s with the acquisition of another agency. At that time, that gave us access or a relationship with EMC, who has been very involved with school districts and public sector insurance for a long time. So EMC's been strong in that market since I think the early 70s. I think it's when they started actually insuring schools. So I think that says a lot about their commitment to what you guys do and the heart behind why they do what they do, especially when you consider it hasn't always been the most profitable segment of business over the years, right? A lot of, if it would have been highly profitable, you'd see everybody, you know, striving to earn that business. Where you don't see very many players in that game, there's a reason why, right? So EMC, one of the things to understand about EMC, as you look on there, number one, it's a strong financial strength rating. They've got an A rating. That rating is very similar to a grading scale of a school, right? A being the best and moving down from there. What that means to you guys is they've got financial ability to pay claims, and that they do that in a good process, right? So they're actually rated and graded by an independent agency that oversees and governs that and sets these grades. So A is for awesome, right? In-house claims service. This is something that Keller Leopold strives to provide. So one of the things, if you should have a claim, which is the reason to have insurance, right, is we have a team inside internally that guides and oversees that process. So not only do you have the insurance company who's supposed to be handling and taking care of that as smoothly as possible for you guys get a dedicated group of people who monitor and keep an eye on that process from the inside and push that process along to make sure that's running smoothly. And also advocate for you guys if you feel there's a problem or an issue with that, right? I mean, claims are not the funnest thing to deal with. There's a whole lot of things to figure out in that process. And really, you guys need and deserve somebody who's going to go to bat for you in those situations when you have a disagreement. It's nothing like trying to argue with the company that's writing the check with the company that's writing the check, right? So having us as an independent outsourced source that works for you really helps give you guys an advocate in that process. Safety resources, online training opportunities and training videos. These are all resources that you guys can have at your disposal to help aid and assist in the processes that you guys do on a regular basis, right? Teachers have to have continuing education credits. You guys have to have safety and training videos. You guys have to have resources and things that you utilize to make your jobs and responsibilities as a district work. The resources are available to you guys, and so that's one of the things that we work with the people at the school, with Tyson, with Raina, with the maintenance crew, Gilbert and Dustin, those guys really work with those and get in and say, okay, what is it that you guys need from us? What is it that you guys are lacking? What is it that you need to see? And these are the resources that are available, and what can we bring in that maybe makes some sense for you guys to help you tackle the problems and the challenges you're looking to tackle. Okay. Dedicated Keller Leopold service team. Okay. You are looking at that dedicated team as well as many others that did not make it here tonight, right? So we believe in the team approach and the team effort. The greater of the whole is greater than the sum of one, right? So insurance can be a very complicated vehicle or transfer of risk. And so having multiple eyes and multiple people working for you is kind of our philosophy, and bringing that team effort to bring the greatest good possible. Okay. So an in-agency marketing of your account and a local presence. I think that's probably one of the biggest things as we've worked with your team that we've heard the biggest cry as far as need for help, right? Somebody who is willing to be here and invest in you guys as a priority, not just as a problem, right? We want to bring solutions to the team and not just from the standpoint of give me a call and I maybe shoot you an email back, but from the standpoint of what is that and do I need to come out and see? And I think that our relationship of working with you guys over the last several months has been a testament to that, and it's something that it's a part of our process, it's a part of who we do, and it's something that I think if you ask the people that we've worked with over the last several months, Tyson, Raina, even Luke knows me by name now, so that's something that we take a lot of pride in, right? We are the agency that is just a few miles down the road. We are the agency who knows your town, right? We are involved with you guys in the community. You guys are involved with us in the community. We know when something happens out here, and we want to be able to be here and take care of you guys. Okay? So again, the next page is just a little bit about Keller Leopold as an agency. Founded in 1943, right out here in western Kansas, serving western Kansas for the last 78 years. I think that says a lot about our agency and our commitment to western Kansas, and just our commitment to the community. We are very active inside of our communities, so everything that comes into the agency, we pour right back out in some form or fashion, right? And that's in commitment to our schools, commitment to our local businesses, commitment to the people in the community and the organizations that we're a part of, right? The mission statement, we believe in our mission statement. I'm not gonna read it to you because you guys can read it just as easily as I can. But we wanted to make sure that that was included so that you guys knew our heart and our vision for what we stand for. I'm gonna introduce Gara. Gara is an account manager. She's the internal or the brains of the operation, if you will. So whenever we need to get things done, the getting it done machine is in her office, and she runs it like a lady boss. Okay? She really is the expert behind the scenes, making things happen. And whenever I've got a question, she's my go-to. So we work as a unit. I tend to be more of the field ops, and she is the internal ops. So I'm gonna give her just a second to introduce herself and tell you a little bit about who she is.
Thank you guys so much for having us tonight. I've been with Keller Leopold for 17 years, and within that, one thing that always stands is a service standard. You know, I try to provide knowledge, accuracy, and responsiveness. So if you do get a hold of Chip or myself, you're going to get the answer, it's gonna be the right answer, and it's gonna be quick. Because we know if you do need to utilize your insurance, there's a reason for it, and it can be an emergency. So I really do try to provide that service.
Absolutely. Do you wanna look anything?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I have 3 children,
There you go.
23, 19, and 14. One of them was coached by Mr. Esslinger in track. She's super fast. So that's how he remembers me, is when you're my fast kid, but yeah.
I'll also point an introduction to our president and CEO, Sean Myers. The fact that he is here tonight really, I think, speaks volumes about the heart of our agency. The fact that, you know, he's giving up his time to really invest, I would say, into something that he cares passionately about, and that's taking care of the people around us. So I'll let him tell a little bit more here in just a little bit. I am Chip Bradshaw. I have been working with Keller Leopold since 2016. I know a couple of you guys from Cornerstone Church had attended for many years. I have 1 wife, 5 kids. Gotta make sure we get that in right order. Our oldest is 27 and our youngest is 9. So we've got quite the range, yeah. So watching these young kids here tonight just, you know, was pretty personal for me, just watching kids as they grow and they learn. You know, it's kind of like watching my kids do that, and it's just cool. You know, learning at any age is a beautiful thing. So it's really cool what you guys are doing to bring those kids up in an environment that is just really cool and educational for them. So kudos for that. We can keep this moving. If you flip over to the next page, you're going to see kind of the highlight page of some specialized services for Kansas schools. Okay. So as we go down through that list, I'm just going to hit some of the highlights on bless you. The Safe Schools Alert. Safe Schools is pretty cool. It's an anonymous tip line for people to be able to call into. We know that in the ever-changing environment of society, it's important for kids and people to feel like there's a safe place. And being able to report the things that need to be reported. So being able to utilize this service has been an asset to several of our school districts. I guess one of the things that I forgot to mention before, just so you guys have an understanding, is Keller Leopold works with 60 public entities, and a third of those are schools. Okay, EMC represents about 1,300 school districts. Okay, so the understanding of what you guys do and why you do is not lost on us. Okay, This is something that we've got our finger on the pulse of every year, and it's always moving, it's always changing, as you guys know. So we want you to understand that this is something that is not just something we dabble in, but it's something that we understand very well and take very serious. Okay? So again, some of our other districts using Safe Schools, Safe Alert System, have really liked that benefit and an asset to their schools. Okay? Safe Schools online training. Again, this is a training resource that you guys can use for all types of your training needs. So a lot of your teachers have to have continuing education. I think as we visited with you guys, it was mentioned that you guys employ an outside resource that actually costs some additional funds. So this will either complement that or maybe even be able to offset that as far as additional funds spent outside. So being able to have something that is an additional resource or a standalone resource, whichever makes the most sense. Okay. Slips and fall prevention. This is, slips and falls are one of the leading causes of accidents and insurance claims, out there. So this is just an area of addressing and making sure that you've got partners on your side, just helping bring those things to awareness and bringing solutions instead of issues and problems. Online loss control resources. So that's just kind of nice to be able to have with resources giving you videos and safety information, signs, placards, all those kind of things that you would expect to be able to have access to and resources available to you. Okay. Indoor air quality assessments and noise assessments. This is a service that EMC, if you guys request, you feel like you have an issue, you can bring these guys in and they'll do this for you guys. I know that you guys put up those air purifiers in the rooms and stuff. That was pretty neat. You don't really see something like that in all of our schools. So for you guys to make that investment, kudos to you guys. That was really cool. Attorney Direct is another really neat program. So EMC has access to specific attorneys out of Wichita who are versed in school law, very specifically, and they provide you guys with 90 minutes of legal consultation per quarter, resource and access, just to pick those guys' brain, right? You've got something going on or you've got a question about something, you're able to give those guys a call and have conversations with them. And then if there's, additional conversations that need to continue on, there's still access, but there are fees associated with that. But 90 minutes a quarter of included access is pretty cool. And then loss analysis reports. Fortunately, you guys haven't really had a whole lot of losses in your district, which bodes well to your guys' district as a whole. But if that should change, there is a loss analysis reports that we will work with you guys and EMC directly to identify, assess, and address where those are being driven from and create solutions so that way we can help create a plan of action to keep those things from happening, right? The best insurance claim is the insurance claim that never happened, right? It's not just the dollars that go out, but it's the headaches and the hassles and the difficulties of dealing with those difficult situations. Okay. There's online nurse, economic evaluation, hazardous and chemical management, linebacker coverage, which is very specific, should be very dear to you guys' heart. That's the coverage, the E&O for the board, making sure it's protecting you guys in the event that somebody's unhappy with decisions that you make. Probably pretty rare, but should that ever happen, right? You want to make sure that somebody's got your back and that you're well taken care of, and that is a priority for us as well. Again, as you flip through that, you can see just a little bit more of the detail on some of the highlights that we hit. Again, the resources for the Safe Schools, the online CEs for the teachers. Again, we've got districts that utilize that heavily for their CEs for their teachers and really speak very highly of those resources. Resources are available to you, but they're not any good if you don't use them, right? And so, working with the team that's really involved with you guys, making sure that you're aware of them, that you know about them, and that we can help facilitate those as much as possible. Okay? So if you flip all the way to the second to the last page, we can dive into a little bit of what everybody's asking. Well, this all sounds great, Chip, right? But what are the numbers? What does this look like for the district? Okay, so we're gonna put it right out there in front. Now, keep in mind, as we talk about this, we're talking 7-1, okay? We've gotta get out in front of this thing. We started to have this conversation last year, only to have brakes pumped on this conversation because you have to give 6 months' notice if you wanna step out of this program, okay? So one of the things that, again, we keep hearing echoed throughout this whole process is lack of control for you and lack of ability to make decisions when you want to make them, right? The lack of the personal touch, somebody not being here. It's my understanding that your annual renewals are done pretty impersonally. So if it's anything else like what we've experienced in other places, you get a phone call, you get a Zoom meeting, you get told that the renewals will be sent out, and then you get numbers, and then you get to pay for those numbers with no options at that time. So what I want to present to you is personal product with personal service, right? And with us at EMC, you've got the right or the decision to make that all the way up until renewal, okay? So as we look at this, there's a couple different options that we think fit the district. We've got option 1 and option 2. And then if you look at the page behind that, you can see where your current financials sit, okay? Again, I want to encourage you to remember we're talking 7-1, so these numbers are current, okay? Where your renewal comes in, I'm not sure, right? And unfortunately, you're not gonna be able to have that information to use as a part of your decision-making process. But I know that we are expecting for you guys to see a decent increase just due to the size of the claim that you just recently had. Now, whether that's the case or not, only time will tell, but that's the expectation. However, while numbers are a part of this, it's not the only part, okay? So we wanted to get those on the table up front for everybody to look at. Everybody always asks, can we get an apples to apples comparison? And the reality is no, you can't. Because what we propose and what we provide is a completely different product and service than what you're currently receiving. Okay? While it is under the same umbrella or scope as insurance, it's, I think, a little bit different. And I think if you ask Raina, if you ask Superintendent Esslinger, if you ask Gilbert York or Dustin, who have worked with us over the last, 6, 7, 8 months as a part of the process, I think they can attest that these aren't just empty promises. This is really a part of the process that we try to embody. I've been on your campus a lot. On just a little bit of business that we work with you guys. If I went out on a limb, I would guess I've probably been on your campus in the last 6 months more times than Kermit's been on your campus in the last 5 years. If I had to guess, I don't know. And that's not a knock to them, that's really a boast to what we really strive to do, if that makes sense. So looking at this, option 1 is the option, we put it as option 1 because we feel really this is where the best bang for the buck is with our services. Okay, so your current deductible is a $5,000 occurrence deductible with a $5,000 when held deductible. Okay. We are proposing a $5,000 occurrence deductible with a $50,000 wind hail deductible. Why 50,000? Well, that's because that's where the rate break is. Okay, so we're able to get a better rate break if we go to a higher deductible. You retain more risk, you're able to get a better rate, you're able to bring that premium down. Okay? But $50,000 is still a lot of money if we have a hail claim, right? So what we are proposing inside of that is a deductible buy down, where we bring in a reinsurance product. It's gonna, the premium on that's about $4,000, but we're able to buy that wind hail deductible down to a $10,000 wind hail deductible. Okay, so instead of a $50,000 risk, now we're setting at 10. And offset that, the cost to buy the buy down is less, or with the break, numbers work. Okay, so that's where, if you follow that, occurrence, wind hail, buy down, actual wind hail. Okay. Then again, included in this, we've got, you know, all of your property sitting at 22 million in property. That's going to be your buildings, your contents, you know, all of your guys' stuff. We've got the general liability, which is going to give you your million occurrence, 2 million aggregate limits. Linebacker, again, that's $1 million limits for the board, protection for the board. Government and crime, inland marine, band equipment, or anything that's traveling. The autos, and we've worked with Gilbert extensively to make sure that we have all of those set where you guys would like those to be set. All of the autos are on the schedule, even the new bus. So the 2 new buses, I guess, right? Yep, just brought in the 2 ones. Cyber insurance, which is always, it's here to stay, right? It's a big headache, and it's an even bigger headache when you don't have it. Working with Matthew Nonhoff on that. So just, you know, again, working with your team personally, and then the umbrella. So when you bring all of those coverages into play, we're talking a total premium of $76,106. Okay, where that sits. Second option, very similar to the first, the only difference is the wind hail deductible. Again, not doing the deductible buy down, but bringing it down to a $25,000. Really, that option I don't think makes much sense at all. You've got a higher wind hail deductible, and you've got higher end result of premium. But I wanted you guys to see how that price break and bringing in that deductible buy down made sense. Okay. Any questions for us, guys? Is there anything that we didn't cover tonight that you came in here thinking, boy, I really wish, or I really hope they talk about this or address this?
Does this cover just campus properties, or does this cover off-campus properties as far as residential and everything else that we have?
Yeah, this covers all of your
All the houses.
houses, yeah, your teacher housing. Yeah, Tyson, superintendent, the maintenance house.
It covers the entire property, not just the house itself?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, covers all the grounds, the tennis courts.
Yeah.
At this time, yeah.
Okay.
So you'd have liability coverage extended to all of those, and property coverage where
Okay.
Casey, I tell you, one of the things that we would want to do, if you guys move this direction, is after the fact, we feel like the number of 22 million is probably an okay number, right? But what we really prefer to do is to have EMC come out and do an inspection. They do those inspections every 3 years. They assess property valuation at that time. And I think what we want to do is to get them out here and make sure that we feel comfortable with where that property valuation is. You'll find in most cases that most insurance policies have you underinsured in terms of property. So we'd want to have an assessment done on the property valuation early on.
Okay.
trust and verify, right?
You said the general liability is what, 1 million and?
So you got 1 million occurrence and 2 million aggregates for general aggregate and completed products aggregate, and then there's $1 million umbrella that would go over the $1 million price. Also goes over your work comp, your auto, you know, the whole totality of the insurance package.
Is there a max occurrence per year?
Well, it would just be your limits,
Okay.
right? So,
On the liability you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah, $2 million.
2 million is the max.
With the except, and then you add the umbrella to it, so you got $3 million.
3 million total. Okay.
See anybody get close to that?
I haven't done.
No, and you know, you're under the Kansas Tort Act anyway. So, if a lawsuit is brought against the school district, in a state court, maximum payout is only $500,000, okay? Unless there is gross negligence, you know, they can determine that, or two, if it gets refiled in federal court. Once it hits federal court, all bets are off. The $500,000 tort means nothing. Any lawyer worth their salt is gonna file it in federal court to begin with, so.
That's why we don't do that.
Okay, I'm sure this will be on the agenda. Next one.
If you had to make
We have to
a,
decide next.
yeah, if you had to make a guess, cause it's always percentage game with what we had to claim with everything else. Obviously not holding you to this. What are you thinking that they're gonna jump our current premium up to?
You know, to be real honest with you, that I have no clue.
Yeah.
You know, cause all of that, you guys are in a pool.
Right.
Which is a shared risk product, right? So, the difference between a pool and a product like EMC is an actual insurance.
Mhm.
So you're technically transferring the risk on this, right? You're not gonna have to worry about, how all the other schools respond for this year's policy, right? You're not gonna have to worry about an assessment coming after the fact, after you've already set your premium, right? So these are, I guess, the benefits of what I would say of an actual risk transfer as opposed to a shared risk process. So, I don't know, maybe you wanna spearhead that a little bit?
I can tell you that when we were putting this together and we were thinking about what the potential increase could be, I felt comfortable with an increase that's probably in the conservative range of 7 to 10% increase on your current premium. So, you know, you're looking at probably coming in at or a little over 60,000 in current, okay? Well, just a couple of things I wanna point out to you so that you understand, because I've been doing this a lot, or I've done this for a long time with municipalities and public sector business. This is kind of my niche. I spend a lot of time in front of school boards, city councils, county commissioners, and township boards. And our experience with EMC, as Chip mentioned, dates back to the early 90s when we bought the John Miller Agency in Garden City and then got an EMC contract and had the ability to work with EMC specifically. This is a niche for them. The school program, as you know, and there's a reason why the board at the time decided to go with Kermit, is because the alternatives are almost non-existent, right? So now you're left with a guaranteed cost option with EMC and a pooled option in Kermit, okay? EMC has continued and remains a factor in schools because they're committed to the program. They're committed to the understanding that if they're not there, there is no other option. Everybody's in the pool, or everybody's trying to figure out how in the world they insure schools. Schools are problematic, as you know, because we've talked about a really big number, $22 million worth of property in one community sitting right next to each other. Right, we insure Holcomb School Districts. Holcomb School District we have for years. We got 2 elementary schools that sit right here, and we got a middle school and a high school that sit right over here. And you're talking $60+ million in premium. How do you adequately transfer that risk into a cost in the event that you have an EF5 tornado and every single bit of the property is gone? How do you do that? How do you put a number on it? Okay, and that's difficult. EMC's committed to it. They've committed to it so much that they kind of went all in over the last couple of years. This is actually a dividend program. And so in the event of a good year throughout the program, only in the state of Kansas, not throughout their entire program, but only in the state of Kansas, then you have an opportunity to earn a portion of that premium back. I'm really excited because I got about 17 checks sitting on my desk right now that we will get to deliver. The return on the dividend is 9.25%. That was the return on the dividend program this year. That's huge. So if we factor in, let's just say, hey man, we're going to have another successful year, and we believe that because this is a big ask. I mean, we're coming in here and you're looking at this going, why are you guys even here? And at the best case scenario, you're going to come in at 60 grand and we're still $16,000 higher. Okay. But what I can tell you is that the program that Chip and Garrett are going to work with you is going to be a program that just isn't here for this year, it's here for next year and the year after. And it's a holistic approach to transferring the risk, okay? EMC is committed in rate stabilization to make sure that they charge an adequate rate so they can also pay the dividend back. See, the difference between what we're proposing to you and what you're in now is guaranteed cost spread over 1,300 different schools throughout the entire United States. And whatever, what's the biggest number that you guys have in your CURMIT program, right? It's the number that they insure for the property, right? That property number is shared amongst all the schools. If you had a significant loss, CURMIT's gonna come back to you and say, listen, I know what happened in the eastern side of the state. I know it had nothing to do with you, but we've gotta assess everybody, okay? And they'll come and they'll ask for that money from you, okay? EMC's over here with guaranteed costs is why he brought up the financial rating, because they have to have enough money to pay for the most catastrophic claims. If everything had a claim and policy limits were paid out, they have to pay it. So Casey, your question about rate increase, it's disproportionate in a pooled program, and it will always be disproportionate, right? It seems as though it would be fair, but it really won't be, okay? It will be disproportionate. I don't know how many schools are in the program. Tyson, you know how many schools are in the program currently?
They've added, they're getting upwards of 100 or more now,
Okay.
I think. So.
And there's 300 or 400 schools in the in the state of Kansas. EMC's got a little over 200 of those schools. I understand where the potential excitement for the program would be. And for a smaller school and a larger school, I just don't think it makes any sense, right? You get no attention as a smaller school, and if you're 4, 5, 7, you're the big fish in a very little pond. Right? I want to talk specifically, just real quick, about the claims experience that we had in Holcomb in 2007. You may remember a microburst ran through Holcomb in 2007, blew the roof of the gym, basically inside the gym during volleyball practice. Right, within 24 hours, a loss control or claims adjuster was on scene. We were drying the floor the very next day. That happened at like, 4:30, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and we were drying that floor the very next day, okay? And that claim was handled within a month, done, okay? The response is not gonna come from Kansas City, it's not gonna come from somewhere else, it's coming from Wichita, right? With an adjuster in Hutch, and then we've got adjusters out here. So the response is gonna be much different than maybe what you've seen in the past. And that 2007 claim, I mean, it still sits in the mind of most people. It's a very significant claim, well over $1 million. One last thing, I want you to turn to the very last page. I want you to turn to the CURMIT page for a second. And I want to show you a couple things. So I want you to look at the first 4 lines of look at the first 5 lines. And what you're gonna see is reinsurance package, reinsurance excess property, reinsurance excess property, again reinsurance excess property, and reinsurance excess property, okay? You'll notice an asterisk by 4 of those 5, okay? What that means is when you look to the asterisk below that spread, below that chart, it says it includes a 6% surplus lines tax. These policies that are being purchased by the pool are in London. Okay, they are Lloyd's policies. They are not governed by anybody in the United States. They are not overseen by anybody at the State Insurance Commission at all. Okay? They are outside the purview of financial reporting, and they're outside the regulatory purview of anybody in the United States. Okay? Why is that important? They don't have to tell you whether they got enough money to pay claims or not. That's why it's important. EMC is going to have to prove that they've got the money to pay claims. Okay? If you look just at those 5 lines, the total, and that's all the property, all of that is insuring the property. Okay? That's where your property coverage is coming from. The total cost on that is $30,000. Okay? So of your $53,000, $30,000 of it is in property. So disproportionately, like ours, it's there. But I just want you to understand what that specific cost on the property is. The second question I want you guys to ask yourself is the Gallagher Bassett loss control fee. What is it? Has anybody ever told you? What is the Kermit program management operating fee? Do you get a stewardship report? Do they tell you what those dollars are used for? The Gallagher Bassett claims administration fee. Okay, that probably helps with claims when you have a claim. You know, obviously they're not spending a lot of money in that area because it took a while for your claim to be paid. Take care of it. How about the Gallagher risk management fee? $2,800. You're paying just as much in fees as you are in some of the property lines, right? I say that all just to sort of put it in a different perspective for you. And I know you guys have been in the Kermit program for a long time. And I know that at the time, it was an option that made a lot of sense, don't get me wrong. But there are inherent risks with a pooled program, and the ultimate risk is bankruptcy and failure, right? And that's gonna leave you guys holding the bag. We believe in what we do. We believe in what we can do for you. We believe it so much that we came in here and we stood in front of you and pitched something that was $16,000 more than what you're currently paying, okay? We get to manage things with EMC in a much different way than you guys have the ability to manage in Kermit. There is no representation for you, right? Do you guys have a representative that you work with from an agency is it Conradi?
Just within the curve, just to contact them through curve.
And it might be Conradi down the line, because I know they're involved in the program. You know, they were the endorsed provider of Right Risk Management. You guys may have heard that name. Right Risk Management came in with Conradi. They bought a lot of business at a really low rate, and then guess what happened? They got burned on property claims, and the next thing you know, they just exited the state of Kansas. So I say that all to you to encourage you to give serious thought about it. I know that you have to be good stewards of the taxpayer dollars. We believe in that. But at the same time, getting a significant local presence and an advocate to the insurance carrier for you is what we're here to provide you. In our agency, just so that you're aware, our agency's been around almost 80 years. I am one of 5 owners in Keller Leopold. We recently merged with an agency, a sister agency in Salina, which is a really exciting thing for us. Assurance Partners is an agency that we've known for a lot of years. And in a world of constriction and the way things are going, we saw a lot of things that we could work together on. We're excited to announce that because we're getting bigger and we're adding to our ability. So we'll have 3 new offices, 2 in Kansas, 1 in Colorado. Our merge is complete on paper, but we'll be officially complete 1-1. But there will be some new and exciting things that come down the line too. I'd entertain any questions, guys. I've seen just about everything that EMC can throw at me as it relates to the school program I've seen a lot of different things with school business over the years, so please feel free to ask questions as you can, as you'd like to.
Good, you answered with your dividends comment, that answered my rate of inflation on a 5-year period.
What has been kind of the annual premium raise?
So over the years, we've seen a sort of a 4, 5, 7% increase. Over the last couple of years, EMC made the commitment to stay committed to the program. It had to take higher rates that were 10, 11, 12%. And that was because, quite frankly, guys, they were running, a 12 and a 13 cent property rate. That's per $100 of insured value. That's cheap, too cheap to the point that it was either they exit the program completely or take the rate necessary to get where they needed to be. This could have been where we are with cyber liability insurance right now. Cyber liability used to be, give me the business name, the address, and their total revenue, and I'll get you a quote. And that quote will be next to nothing for $1 million worth of coverage. Now, 4 or 5 years later, ransomware claims like crazy this past year and a half, and guess what? We're delivering 50 and 60% increases on the premium. When we said to them 2 years ago, 3 years ago, you're too inexpensive. This isn't going to sustain. You've got to have a sustainable guaranteed cost insurance program for schools in the state of Kansas. EMC's been committed to it. They have had to take rate though.
One of the things I will tell you though, in that vein, is the timing right now is great timing. Because where your rates are calculated on this is within that place where they need to be, right? So it's not like we're coming in here buying the business low and you guys are gonna see astronomical rate increases from this point forward, right? They're coming in here pricing just where it's sustainable for the foreseeable future and is realistic to where they need to be with today's material costs and labor costs and just all of the different things that go into it. So to give you a little bit of peace of mind to say, oh my gosh, what could we be seeing? Again, timing is everything, right? So coming in at a point where EMC's program has been profitable over the last year, where they are issuing dividends, where they know that their pricing structure is where it needs to be, we anticipate those to be minimal as opposed to the larger in the future.
Anybody else? We'll make a definite decision next month. Definitely appreciate you guys coming out.
Appreciate you guys' time. I know it's a big decision, but we appreciate you giving us the opportunity. We as a local agency, want you to know we're right down the road and we support a lot of the schools that we work with too, so. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
I'm sure Chip gave you his card, but I'm gonna give you my card too, just in case you guys are talking and have any questions that come up. You can bring it to me. Sorry.
Oh, that's all right.
I was gonna say, I can get 2 more.
You don't want to talk to Casey.
It's probably true.
Everybody needs to talk to Casey.
Listen, I agree with you.
Guys, again, thank you for your time.
Yes,
Appreciate
thank you,
you lending an ear to a difficult subject, but
Yeah.
thanks again.
Thank you guys.
Appreciate it. Have a good night, you guys.
You too.
Thanks.
Sir?
Howdy. Take a break.
Huh?
I'm gonna take a break while he's talking.
How long are you gonna need?
Just kidding.
Hopefully not very long.
What's your definition?
Give me a time limit and I'll get it done. I'll promise you that. How about that?
10 or 15?
15's fine.
All right. Mark?
Now, I can't promise questions on the end of that. but
Okay, fine.
Mark can wait.
I got the stopwatch.
This handout
Oh,
is also
yes, more
from
sleeping
Aaron.
material.
that you have on your table?
For some reason, I am one short, so if
We can
somebody
share.
doesn't mind sharing. I don't know how that, there's 8, right?
Share.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I don't know where my one went.
Give me a copy for you.
All right, well, thank you so much for having me back. Kind of the update side of things is we are really close. We were trying to have everything done to come back and present to you the findings of our preliminary analysis. We're not quite there yet, so I started talking to Tyson, coming up with kind of a creative way of approaching as we're hitting some kind of critical deadlines coming up here for potential summer construction 2022. So the packet that I think Tyson put together for you, we're gonna just go through, there's just a couple slides in here, and then what I hand to you in stapled form is the request for qualifications or request for proposals, kind of termed both directions, that we actually utilized down the street at Kearney County. I took that and kind of changed it to be a little bit more appropriate for the school district, and I wanted to highlight some of those changes and then kind of talk about some of the next steps as we move forward with this potential project. So the first slide here, kind of the next steps, we're going to focus on really bullet point number 1 and number 2 under procurement. Procurement is kind of somewhat of our necessary evil. We've got lots of experience in assisting districts in selecting the proper partner. I can say sometimes we lead down this path and we end up not getting selected for whatever reason. So we do want to say that the template that's in front of you is put together. It's the Colorado Energy Office is actually the standard template that we utilize, and then we modify that appropriately at the district's discretion to add certain components that are really important and tailor that request for your needs. So moving on to slide number 2 here, like I said, talking about the base template, that's kind of the specific language that is in there. The one thing about that standard template is a lot of the language is very vague. It asks for things like, give us your typical process, tell us your typical team, forecasting delivery, things like that. The other thing is that request for proposals, we have literally seen people submit the exact same response from one place to another because there's nothing specific tailored towards the district. So we wanted to make a little bit more tailored approach. So our provided draft you see in front of you, we had several requirements that BOMA, the Building Owners and Managers Association, says that they like to see in these types of requests. Thank you so much, appreciate it. Some of those things are adding some of the pricing language in there up front instead of selecting a partner and then saying, what's the price for the next step. Some of the things that we like to add is language about transparency. A lot of times in the turnkey world, turnkey to a lot of people means we will provide you with one price and you have no idea what the granularity is below that. We don't really believe in that. We think there's some level of granularity that's appropriate in showing you, what portion of that is the subcontractor fee for the mechanical work, the windows work, whatever it might be. And then lastly, we added a conceptual analysis section. We realize that people don't have the same opportunity that we do to go through and take, a month and a half, 2 months to really look at your buildings in depth. But we give them the opportunity to kind of get creative and provide some type of, call it conceptual plan for what they would do for what we believe is the number one need at the district, which would be the high school HVAC system. A pretty good quality engineer with some information that I've provided at the back in attachment A can look at that, honestly look at Google aerial view, make a couple quick phone calls to Tyson and or Gilbert and have a pretty good idea of what their kind of recommendations are going to be. So we're going to give them that opportunity to provide that as a part of that request for proposals. Any questions? I'm going quick, trying to meet my 15 minutes. When I get there, somebody just say ding. Awesome. So why are we doing this? It's to fulfill the Kansas statute requirement 7537-125, which is the energy conservation measure that allows the district to enter into an energy savings performance contract with a turnkey provider. So I put this on there because honestly, I've been doing sales for about 2 years now, but I kind of just assumed that people know what the word turnkey means. I wanted to define that. So what turnkey to us means is that you're selecting a partner that will deliver the design with a guaranteed maximum price. As in, I come back to you, I give you a price for a set scope of work based on actual drawings, and we have to hold to that price. The project funding, I think it was last week, Tyson, that I believe Charlie came and started to talk to you about some of the kind of project financing opportunities and kind of trying to develop somewhat of a budget for the project. Implementation, doing the actual construction. A lot of the companies that are kind of in this space, this is really where they kind of sidestep. They say, we do the design, we're your turnkey provider, but then we're gonna hand you off to a construction company that's gonna do that. We have our in-house construction managers. We want to have real tight control over everything, make sure that what we put on paper in our designs is what actually gets installed. And then, like I said, usually they sidestep the implementation. Most companies will really even move further and further away from the project on the commissioning and measurement and verification. If you guys have any questions as to what those things are, I'd be willing to answer that. But that's really what a turnkey provider means, is they are in charge of all those things, whether they're actually the person, the boots on the ground doing that. Obviously, I don't have pipe fitters on staff. I don't have sheet metal guys. We're gonna subcontract that out to local contractors, but we're gonna have involvement in that whole process and be the one single source of accountability that when anything happens, you call us, we have to fix it. Any questions? Jared, how am I doing? Perfect. All right. So project funding. We are going to bring back a pretty lengthy list of proposed upgrades for the district. Based on some of the conversations I believe that you had with Charlie, we don't really see a path to getting them all done at one time. So we need to start kind of building out somewhat of a phased approach. I think what's going to be realistic, and you guys tell me if I'm completely wrong and off base on this, but I think we're going to target somewhere around that $3 million mark as our proposed project. If there's a scope that we want to add to that that's of high priority, we can obviously do that. But to kind of give you guys an idea of where that would place the district at in a financing scenario, you can see the $2.5 million, $3.5 million, and $4.5 million off to the right-hand side. Those are assuming rates with 0 down. So through Kansas Energy Savings Performance Contracting Statute, it allows you to enter into a municipal lease purchase financing structure, which is basically you're leveraging the installed equipment as collateral to not add debt to the district's books. It also allows the district, obviously, I don't think you guys just have $3.5 million sitting around in the bank account somewhere, at least that I'm not aware of. So it allows you to spread that over a term, basically that doesn't exceed the length of the equipment installed. So, the equipment we're gonna be looking at is somewhere around a 25, 30-year solution. So anything less than that, obviously we feel comfortable recommending you finance that. I say low interest, honestly, these aren't updated. The most recent numbers that we got for a county project was closer to 1.5 on a 10-year, 1.8 on a 15-year, and 2.2 on a 20-year. So the rates are just, it's crazy. I've been doing this for 8 years. I've never seen rates anywhere near this. We used to get cited about 3.5 for these kind of rural projects. Now we're closer to 1.5. Now the last bullet point on there about the financing aspect, Charlie Zitnick, who came and talked to Tyson, obviously he'll need to come and discuss some kind of future opportunities with you guys as well at some point. The reason he does what he does, his whole team only does these types of projects. It's the EPIC group, which only does energy savings performance contracting financing. At that last project that I worked with them on, they reached out to 27 total banks. A lot of those were national, a lot of those were local. That low number of the 1.44, that was actually a national lender, but the next closest rate was a 1.64. They ended up selecting the local bank. They want to reach out to national to make the local banks be competitive in their rates. Realistically, they're never going to be the low. I've seen that a couple times because they're really, really interested in the work, but usually we kind of leverage the national folks to bring in the interest from local banks, and obviously we'd rather support local, and I think you guys would too. It didn't include anything in here from down payment because the statute literally allows you to finance 100% of the project or 0% of the project, and anywhere in between. The one thing, as far as dollars outside of your standard district's budget that you could put in here as a placeholder, and I can bring back kind of what those numbers would look like, was any ESSER funds. Both 2 and 3 ESSER funds would qualify. I believe 1's probably already spent at this point. Some portion of 2 and 3 might be spent at this point as well. I guess my question to you guys would be, has there been any discussion about that? Is there any interest in that, or are you using those for other, other different educational needs?
2's pretty much gone.
2's gone?
Yeah,
Okay.
we've already, we haven't started, they're actually they have a survey for ESSER 3, we've got to start surveying people. There's also, on that 500,000, 20% of it has to be used for learning loss, so you take about 103,000 off of that. So then my question is if that was the direction that the board did want to go, is it you or would we work with others? Because it's a mess in terms of all the stuff you have to do.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like they do not want you to even attempt to try to use that money with all of the hoops and regulations that they put up against that.
Yeah, so what the county's doing is they actually hired a gal that's in charge of that. She's really good. I've had several conversations with her. It seems like she's really in tune with what needs to be done. I would be taking a guess as to what needs to be done. So I would say that we're not positioned yet. We're trying to get closer, and as we do more of these, obviously we'll learn. But yeah, there definitely is some paperwork and kind of some effort that needs to get put into it. A lot of it though.
Historical Society.
Sorry.
You have to work with the National Historical Society.
Yes. A lot of it.
KSD call from the finance people at KSD.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The trick with the historical folks is, especially, we run into it all the time at courthouses. They like to say that everything needs to be original. Original doesn't always comply with modern codes, safety standards, things like that. So there's always a balancing act, and that's where we can assist you in kind of going up to bat and saying like, hey, whatever it is, we've got to do X, Y, Z because we need to make the infrastructure allow this new system or whatever it might be. So, totally up to you guys whether you want to do it or not. That's just the one thing. We're working with several people that are utilizing that funds, but yes, if you're gonna say we want to put 10% of our funds towards that, be ready to kind of go through that paperwork process, and we'll assist in any way we can. That's all I had.
Okay, so, I know if we want to do stuff summer 22, we're pretty tight, perhaps already.
So we are, only because, not because of anything on the designer or it's purely based on equipment lead time. So we are actively tracking every single week. We reach out to Samsung, Trane, Carrier, and we get roofing material. We get all of those updated on a weekly basis now. Our best guess forecasting forward to when we could start design, which we've kind of put together something that would get a company starting design in the middle of December. That would allow us to get our equipment ordered in February, which means we used to say summer construction. That term is kind of going by the wayside now because yes, we will do the extremely invasive work in schools over the summer, but the construction timeline and the period where we're going to be lingering, I think I put in here probably into October, because the reality of getting in 2 months, doing all the work and then leaving, that's about 2 years past date of being able to be an accurate statement. The amount of the scopes are getting bigger, the complexity of the systems is getting bigger. Everything's just a little bit more of a challenge now. So the good news is we work in occupied buildings all the time. Schools are, relatively speaking, pretty simple because you can get a lot of the really invasive work done over the summer and then move on to the less invasive things after that period's done. Any questions?
So we had an architect in prior to, they came back with some recommendations, I'm sure, that are very similar to the recommendations you're gonna make.
Probably.
Letting this, they have every opportunity to bid on it,
That's right.
correct?
Yeah.
Anybody else that's around?
Yeah, so you, per the statute, you have to publish that in a local newspaper circulation, for an undefined amount of time, which I honestly think is kind of crazy. I think they should say you have to circulate for 3 weeks or the duration of your time, but you can literally put it in there for a day if you want. I don't think it's ethical. But yeah, you put it in the newspaper and then you have to specifically direct mail it to 3 potential firms. So obviously I hope we're one of them. The architect could be a second one of them. I can give you the list that I gave Carney, but for whatever reason, both of those companies that I recommended to them have done work in the area and neither of them responded for some reason. I don't know, they might just be busy, bad timing, I'm not sure, but I have a pretty good long list of people that are a competing firm that would be interested in this work. It's kind of throwing a dart at the list and hoping, you know, or you can send it to all of them, I guess, if you wanted to. But there are the list of people that do work in these rural communities is shrinking day by day, partially because of acquisitions. A lot of companies have kind of merged over the last few years. A lot of the groups that were out of Wichita, there used to be about 3 or 4 that we competed against that are all now one group. So it makes it a little bit more of a challenge to find somebody to do work. The yellow portion of that is what I know, like specifically before you send it out, like absolutely has to be either accepted or changed. The timeline I put in there is, I think it's realistic. It gives people about 3 weeks to put these together. I've seen people put these out with a 1 week turnaround. It doesn't even allow people to ask questions to know if they're interested in the work. So I put together a 3 week timeline. That would require you to get it out. I believe the newspaper circulates on, I think it's Wednesday or Thursday.
Usually comes out on
Wednesday, yeah. So you would basically have to either accept it as it is or make whatever changes you want in the next couple days. So that's the only kind of like pumping the gas pedal portion of this. But the good news is, this is also, this becomes, I mean, it's your document at this point, you can do whatever you want with it. People also make amendments to this. So if you get some good quality questions at that time, that's, you know, whatever you end up listing in there, you can add things to it and over that next 2 week period and allow people to obviously have the opportunity. Some people are gonna say, hey, you know, you're requesting a turnkey provider, would you be willing to work with somebody that doesn't do turnkey work? And that's just something you're gonna have to decide. I did put Tyson as the bearer of the question answering, because I don't think there's really a good school board meeting in the midst of this that would allow you guys to get together to discuss those things. But I did put the next kind of special meeting would be to receive all the proposals and open them up, and then select at the next board meeting, which I believe is December 13th. So the other thing is, we're still doing what we were gonna do. We will nest our analysis in our response. So you'll still get to see it and we'll still be able to come back and present that to you formally. We kind of have to flip this timeline around a little bit. Otherwise, we come back at December 13th, then start this process. Now we just lost basically a month. The other thing I will tell you is, if for whatever reason we start down the path of designing this for potential summer 2022 construction, if we get to a point where we're either gonna have to, 1, cut corners, 2, pay exorbitant prices for whatever the material is, or 3, do things that are outside of really our ethical desires, we will be honest and tell you guys that and say, hey, we think you should wait to summer of 2023 to do the work. Then we have plenty of time. Honestly, at this point, I can't say that's a good plan, because roofing materials have gone up 60% in the last 3 months. It's getting to a point where it's almost crazy. We say GMP. It's really hard to put together a GMP when a contractor, like what happened down the street. I mean, we got a bid earlier today and they said it's good for 2 weeks. We said, oh, okay. So we got to get that done so we can go present that, because 2 weeks after that, they're gonna say, it went up 20% or whatever it is. We've never seen anything like this right now. The good news is the equipment that we're installing is still, it's obviously the supply has depleted a little bit, the demand has skyrocketed, but it's done a little bit of a balancing act because there actually is so much more demand that they're trying to produce as many of these things as possible and ship them across the pond as quick as possible. And a lot of them are sitting in San Francisco right now. But that hasn't, on the mechanical equipment side, we really haven't seen those dramatic increases like we have on roofing, wood, kind of more of the general construction type things. Glass is actually the least affected construction material right now, so you guys need some windows, so that's kind of a good news is the windows are not really seeing the same increases.
So, do we wanna put something out? We were essentially out, whatever it costs to publish it.
Yeah.
That's it. We can reject everything.
Right. Yeah, the first financial commitment other than the newspaper would be after you receive the proposals, you negotiate. The company's gonna give you a next step proposed fee, but that's to be negotiated because you don't really know, just like I don't know what the scope is gonna look like. So is it everything? Because that cost would be different than if it's just this building and, you know, some minor improvements to the elementary school, things like that. There's a lot of negotiations that need to happen in between that December 13th meeting and before somebody starts really putting their engineering hat on.
You need a motion on that?
Yep.
I'll make it.
Publish an RFP for turnkey. Casey and Mary. Any more discussion? All in favor? 7-0.
Awesome. I think it was a little bit more than 15, but it couldn't have been that much more.
It went off. You're close.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. My wife will be happy that I'm out of here at a decent hour too, because I'm gonna drive back home. So.
You're driving home tonight?
Yep. I've been on a tear recently. If I don't get in at 2 a.m., I'm driving back. I don't like 1:45. I'll do it. 2? No, probably shouldn't. Thank you, like self-driving, self-assist, whatever they call it in these cars nowadays.
Drive safe.
Just press the button and it goes. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
See ya. Okay. Let's jump around again. And jump to number 7. So, I'm gonna make the motion, the board go into executive session with Mr. Esslinger, Ms. Brandon Weathered, Ms. Sue, to discuss personnel pursuant to the non-elected personnel exception under COMA, and that will return to the open meeting at let's try. No. So let's go 10 o'clock, or 9 o'clock, 9 o'clock. I'm looking at my watch still, but I have not set back yet.
Jeremy, does he, companion need to stay?
Do you want him to stay too?
Yeah.
Okay,
My husband.
okay,
I introduced this my husband Tom Shields.
okay, just hang on.
Wait, we
Just a
gotta
second.
get everybody out.
And we're gonna take a short break, real quick, to run to the restroom. Otherwise it could be,
I won't take long.
all right, let us run to the restroom real quick, we'll be right
Alright, we're live.
The camera.
You'll be
Can
open.
I say something real quick? So it's like here. So it can be-
Oh, yeah.
So everybody that's watching, we understand that the cameras are frozen. We can't get them fixed, so we'll just leave it on this screen, but you can still hear the board meeting. You're just not gonna be able to see anything at this point.
So with that, if we have any votes that are not unanimous, remind me to list who's the dissenting votes so people know. Okay, all right. So now we're back to item number 6. I've been a little bit all over the place. I promise, Marilyn, this is not, we don't typically.
Yes, it is.
I do know how to count. Typically, we go in order. Tonight's been a little bit crazy.
We are typically over 9 o'clock though, just so you know.
Yeah, that's not uncommon.
This is the norm time.
All right, so we already did student report. Facility report was included in the packet. Board members' reports. Keith.
Basketball's starting up this weekend. We're playing over in Garden again, so it's kind of nice. Much travel. And, Zombie Run was this weekend. It went really well. That was a decent turnout.
My daughter did fun.
Yeah, a lot of kids involved, donated their time and volunteered, and they did a really good job.
Who sets up the community service stuff?
I mean,
Like for the kids to sign off on?
Mrs. Weberg does community service, right?
Yeah, she took that, usually was our class sponsor, but she took over that role out of necessity this year.
I'll say Paige was very excited that she got community service hours for helping with the zombie run, and it didn't even suck. She actually had fun.
That's fun. Did have a resignation from a board member, so we'll be looking to fill a board member slot. We have a meeting Wednesday night.
So we're gonna. we'll
it's
put it
not
on
an
paper.
appointed position by us though,
It
correct?
is.
Oh, that one is, that position is. Okay.
So we'll put it in the paper.
It's, what they say, July.
Yeah, he's up in
expires
July anyway.
So it's
Sure.
7 months,
So-
8 months.
We'll have to resubmit the letter.
We'll get that in the paper. It probably will be next week.
Have them for next month's meeting. Okay. Anything else?
No, unless anybody has any questions.
All right. Pipelines?
Just the committees are starting to try to meet. I think superintendents have met and those type of things. They're looking at trying to sell a couple of their vehicles at some point in time and replace it with one vehicle. They're having a salary meeting with the psychologists and speech pathologists to see about maybe getting more in line with the other area co-ops and school districts, starting that conversation. And then there's some funds that they had set aside for mental health that the school districts can apply for to help with teachers to teach mental health, those type of recognition in classrooms and stuff. That there's grants and stuff that they can apply for to help them with teaching of the mental health side of what's going on. I think that's it.
All right. Questions? All right. Principals reports were in the packet. Do you have anything to add?
I do if I can have 5 minutes.
Sure.
Okay.
What's 5 minutes tonight?
Huh? I'm sorry, I know it's been a long night, but this is kind of important to us. So, we've been doing some deep work in the elementary, and I work with all of the district paras. And so we work a lot on looking at the data, but this year we've been focusing on looking more at our kids on a personal level and finding out their background. And so one of our staff members wrote this letter, if I could read it. It says, during the time that I've been working for USD 216, I've been able to see the great need of our students. I had never understood why so much concern, but I could see it after the first wave during this pandemic. The cadence and situation in which some of our students find themselves. Trying to serve our students and making sure they are okay emotionally and physically was difficult. Many of these students have been through many experiences at a young age, and being in school is a refuge for them. Many times, some of my students have expressed that they would rather be here than at home. Many of our students depend on us. They depend on our educational help, our moral support, and the food that we provide them. Sometimes we don't see the kind of home they come from, and therefore we don't understand the importance of them being in class. For example, there are some students who only have one parent and must stay home alone. Others do not have the financial solvency to hire internet service for their family education. Our families come to Deerfield with the hope of providing better education and life for their children. Some of our students have never had access to an electronic device. I could name many more situations, but then it would become a never-ending story. After being remote and having students come back, we saw just how much they had regressed. We still see the aftermath of the regression in our students. It had to do a lot with the lack of additional support from both the school and the parents. Some of these parents depend on our instructors. Not all of them have an educational background that will help them guide their children with academics. Distance learning presented us with many challenges. The process of logging into a device to access information needed to equip our students and parents, and then submitting work via a similar process is a challenge. This is unnatural, this is unwanted, but this is necessary, were some of the most common phrases I've heard. But is it really? Who's really benefiting from this? I don't know if these couple of sentences will make a difference or if they make sense. Putting myself in these children's shoes and experiencing their struggles with them has become a norm in my daily life. Any plans I have, I always make with the hope that I am able to make a change in these children's lives. I'll never stop advocating for these children because they deserve a better life than what their parents had. In order to make it happen, they have to be in school. By doing so, we are truly being selfless. To me, this is what being an educator means, whether you have a certificate or not, doing and being part of something from the bottom of our hearts. So I thought that was really touching, and I just wanted to share. But some of our kids have been dictating stories about their backgrounds, and so these are just like shoebox museums that I just wanted to share quick little 30-second stories with you that I think will shock some of you about the dynamics of our kids now. So I'll just pass those on, and you can just glance at them real quick. But we send out 48 of these bags every week to kids to take home to eat. And if you look, like, it's not that exciting, but some of them beg for this. It's their only food. Yeah. Oh, it makes me want to cry where some of them come from. But anyway, we've been doing this deep work to get to know our kids and, you know, like I said, just find out about them and their backgrounds and the struggles that they're coming from. Many of them, just to survive, it's shocking. So, thank you for letting me share that.
Thank you. I do have one request. On Wednesday, we're doing a financial literacy simulation with our middle school and high school. And I've been asking community members to come in and help facilitate that. What it looks like is, Mr. Esslinger, would you like to, since you wrote it, would you like to tell them what it looks like?
You can keep.
Well, basically, we're asking community members or adults to facilitate. You'll have a group of 5 or 6 kids at a table, and it'll just be a scenario that you read and work through them with them on, you know, just things of being an adult. Insurance, car payment, house payment, and then each, as I'm hearing, I haven't seen it before, that there's curveballs thrown in. Kids have to make decisions, priorities with, am I saying this right, sir? priorities with the money and how to facilitate it, but if you guys would volunteer, if you have any time, we're doing middle school from 12 to 2 on Wednesday and high school from 2 to 4. I'm still needing some volunteers. I got Mrs. Chandler's name down just now.
I'd love to be
Okay.
What was
Day
the
after
times
tomorrow?
again?
Yes, Wednesday.
As in this Wednesday?
2 days from today, yes, sir.
That's, and today, day after tomorrow, that would be it.
I understand that, but I won't argue with you.
We got it covered without you. I'm just extending you the invitation to be a part of it.
Yeah, they'll move around and they'll have to work with different, they'll all have different life situations, they'll have cards, and they'll have different family situations and life situations, and then at times they'll have to draw cards, and that'll put a wrench in, maybe a wrench, or maybe it'll be a benefit, but they have to keep track and balance a budget and be able to live for the month on those type of things, and based on their situation. Cool. Was the last thing that I did before I left the services. So, I don't know how it ended up in the final, as a final thing. It wasn't finalized, but it was just something. There's a company called Reality U. It's really good. It costs a penny, but they're out of Wichita. They'll come out. They have a big technology component to it where they take like the kids' GPAs ahead of time and plug that in, and when they show up, based on the GPA, it gives them their life and then where they're at, and they go through and have to simulate that out. And so this isn't to that level because it's
I'll help out if you need me.
Both sessions?
Probably.
I'll buy you pizza.
Whoa, wait a minute.
From
No, no.
where? That's the next question.
Bob Jones?
I'm in.
They do got the bacon thing going on right now.
Huh?
I said they do got the bacon thing going on right now.
So Casey, I'm out. All right. Questions for Paul or Burns? Vaughn, you got anything you want to add?
Whatever's on there.
All right.
Peace.
For you.
Legislatively, last month, I don't know if any of you probably don't pay attention to the State Board of Education meeting, but one of the State Board of Education members, Ann Ma, they were talking about the teacher shortage and the lack of teachers and just people in general to work in schools and things like that. And the discussion ended up curtailing into her talking about why consolidation isn't pushed more. Like she understands why Johnson County has so many school districts, but she doesn't understand like why counties around them have the same number of school districts. And so, and that, you know, she made the comment that a high school that has 100 or less kids can't be offering high quality classes and those type of things. I immediately called her out on Twitter and invited her to USD 216. I also sent an email immediately to Dr. Watson that I watched him during the meeting respond to me. And he understood my frustration and concern that a State Board of Education member is just having that conversation out in public like that. She has never responded to my invitation. When I get a chance to talk to Jean Clifford, I will ask her to also, when she talks to Ann Ma, ask her if she would like to come out to USD 216 and see what's going on out here and things. So I just wanted to share that. It was infuriating. And so the part about 100 kids or less in a high school not being able to offer high quality classes, education, like that's just a very intelligent, not a very intelligent statement to make in my opinion.
My first year on the board, 5, probably. I don't know. The State Board of Education was talking about consolidating districts to 10,000 students. what they were to do.
Western Kansas would be one.
Like Great Bend, you got Garden, Dodge, and Level, and you got Great Bend, South and West. That's a big ass district.
And it doesn't address, the conversation was around teacher shortages. It doesn't address that problem because, okay, you consolidate all those, put those kids all into a different school, you still need staff to be able to educate them. It's not like, so you're just gonna increase their sizes by a lot and keep the same number of people and add that to all those teachers' workloads, but not add staff. So the conversation made zero sense. But then the Special Education Committee meeting is gonna be November 30th and December 1st. That Christy Williams, the head of the House Education Committee, who is, we all know, not a favorite fan of public education. They requested 2 days and were granted 2 days to essentially look at educational data, at-risk students, educational data, to see with the increase in education funding, what return on their money are they getting with the increase in educational funding and everything with at-risk students and those type of things. Every district's been asked to submit a written letter to talk about. Obviously, there's a lot more to what we do than just numbers in terms of educating kids and working with kids, but they're going to play a numbers game. And we saw the state testing scores are not good. Like, it looks like a ski slope. And it just keeps going down, and then in 19 it just goes like this from 19 to last year. And so, I mean, there's going to be no issues for them to pull up numbers and show numbers that don't look good. But we have to continue to work and tell our story because there's a real concern in 2024 what's going to happen. ESSER funds are going away. They're propping up special education with ESSER funds right now, and once that's gone, then it's back on the districts, and your first dollars are transferred to special education to get to the percent that it has to be funded at. And there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. That's gone. And so right now we're not having to transfer as much out because they're propping that up with ESSER funds at the state level to help with that. And so in 24, that's gone. This lawsuit's done. The school finance is not protected by the lawsuit anymore. And so there's a real concern about, there was discussion the other day at SUPS Council. A representative was sharing with another superintendent on this area that Western Kansas people don't really get too intrigued about the voucher conversation, about providing that, because there's not a lot of private schools out here and things like that people can take vouchers from. But the idea, what is being thought about and talked about back there, is that they get the voucher system in place, and then they're going to be able to transfer funds, move funds away from smaller schools, rural education. It will affect rural education, even though we don't have a bunch of private schools that parents could take their kids out and take them to and use those vouchers and everything, that they're going to shift money around as that happens. So that was just a legislator talking to a superintendent and saying, you better get your ears up a little bit more when people start talking about voucher systems in Kansas and the public education system, rather than just saying, oh, there's not a private school within 100 miles of us, so we just can turn this off. So Keith already talked about the rec board position, so we'll get that done. Some things just to put on your radar to think about. Becky and Gilbert had kind of talked about what would be the possibility of if we could find somebody that would be like a sub for either custodial or cooking. So like if they have somebody out sick or something like that, being able to have that person come in and sub both either in the kitchen or for cleaning services and things like that. So I told them that I would visit with you all about that. Like I said, something that probably, if it's of interest to us, then we can look at budgeting that in and what that looks like for next year and advertising that position over the summer or something like that.
So problem?
At times it can be. I'm just trying to balance the schedule out. The food service could get to be a really big problem because we only have 3 people in there. And so like during COVID, if we get 2 of them that are out quarantined or whatever, we have 1 person in the kitchen to serve food for everybody. And there's at times that So they're always trying to juggle schedules in terms of appointments and making sure, best they can, that doing their best to make sure they're not all sick or two of them are sick at the same time or, those type of things and stuff. So that could potentially be a problem. Custodial's not as big of a problem, but it does sometimes prove to be a problem. So I signed an MOU with Kearney County for the use of buses and drivers in the case of an emergency with the emergency management plan that Jared put together. And so it was just both Lakin and us sign that so that if there's a need for our drivers and our buses, that the county has access to those in the case of an emergency and things like that. Mr. Neary in his Deerfield Designs class is working. If you pay attention and you drive between Lakin and Deerfield, that sign in that pasture is no longer up. It's in the building, and they're working on updating it and making it look good again, and then we'll put it back out there. So I think since we're going to do that, Bruce and Manuel will have the opportunity to submit their proposal on the proposal, and then they can come and visit with you all if that's how that shakes out. Aaron's recommendation on the last block walls was to get high-density foam spray cans and target the opening areas as much as possible, and then get a thermal imaging camera on a cold day and scan those walls to see if there's more spots coming in and more air coming in certain areas where it's not actually broke or cracked on those walls and stuff. For right now, that was his engineer's or people's suggestion. So I haven't talked to him anymore about it.
Call me on a cold day.
Huh?
Call me on a cold day.
Okay.
I can bring you again.
Okay. And he offered up their support as well. Good. So, another thing, just to start, I think, thinking about is, the passing of Brandon. There's been a lot of people approach and ask and talk about it, are there things that the school district is thinking about doing, and people have ideas in terms of what they think we should do and stuff and everything. It's like, not tonight, but I think at some point we probably should entertain a conversation around what that looks like and if we're going to do anything or something like that. And so there. Old activity bus sold for $7,500. So I don't even know if it's still there.
It's not.
It's not.
It's gone.
Disappeared on.
So I thought he was coming to get it. One lost out. Mr. Moreno lost out. He had his eye on it.
I was hoping to see a
Got two.
party bus.
He said he was
Cruising around
in.
there.
He said he was in on it as long as we would allow him to keep it parked on district property. And I said, dude. So a guy missed out on it. He called Gilbert after it closed and was mad because he forgot about it, and he was watching it and trying to get it at the last moment, and he's like, I'll give you this much for it. And it's sold. And he goes, well, if that guy doesn't show up, you let me know because I'll come and get it. So, but yeah, so.
You said we had some furniture and stuff you could take and steal.
Yeah, so, and then I think I sent this out in the board notes, but Gilbert came to me with an idea around putting on, like using, they make markers now that like cars, like people that do cars and stuff, they can draw designs on there and they stay on there for a long time and stuff. This is only a partial of it, but he talked about the idea of putting down the side of our bus something like this that incorporated all of our sports, activities and different things like that, and it would go down one side and back around to represent Deerfield. And the marker, just it would be black and white, those type of things. This all came about because if you haven't seen the company, which I hope nobody was expecting a high quality image sticker to be put on the side of the bus when they included it with the price. They didn't listen to us. They left the letters outlined in yellow. We told them not to outline it. They didn't expand the sticker. It's like the small little sticker in the middle of the side of the bus that we got. And so it probably would look better just to pull it off and just have a white bus at this point. And so that's where this conversation comes from, is that he could do something like this. And he gave us a quote. I can give you that, send you that quote and everything in terms of that. I think Gilbert's extremely talented, and this is a good idea. I still think a wrapped bus is the way to go ultimately. I don't think it might be a bad idea to have him completely finish this design out, see what it would cost us to buy this from him, his art from him, and give that then to AJ Graphics and see what they could do in terms of a wrap maybe. That's just an option. Doesn't mean we're gonna do it. The Holcomb buses, AJ freehanded all of those. They gave him the traditional logos and all of that, and then said, do something with that, but then also do something, come up with something else. And so he freehanded that, and that's what they ended up going with versus just your traditional logos and those type of things. So, anybody have any thoughts, I guess?
Let him design it. Yeah, you're right. He's incredibly talented. I mean, he's got 3 or 4 cars in the moto circuit on a big stage that he's designed. So the dude's legit when it comes to designing and everything. The markers would be cheaper, but I don't know that they'll last with everything else.
I think just black and white.
I'm not a huge fan of black and white.
Yeah, like having some color and things like our colors and stuff.
Yeah.
in there.
It gets pricey. You start throwing lots of color into
Right.
wraps. I mean, it starts getting.
So.
But I like the mural idea, like the graffiti style mural idea. There's some schools that have done that, and it's really cool. It highlights the community really well, usually.
Okay.
We could park in Kansas City and just let them draw on it.
Go parking on the train tracks. That's some really cool art on the side.
Yeah, so we ain't gotta go that far.
Oh, just go to Garden? Okay.
Parking at the Deerfield Park.
There's a nice little note on it that just says, please keep it relative to your school.
Yeah.
Go sign on it.
Yeah. Let's keep it G-rated.
We can have
Go for it.
kids do like designs on it, design a thing and see if any of them fit.
Yeah. I would like to move it along for the one that we've had. We haven't seen anything. They're waiting for our answer, obviously, but after we give AJ's an answer, I hope that, he says once the design is complete and approved, it'll be about 3 weeks. It'll take them about 3 weeks to wrap the bus. Did you guys have anything to add to that ESSER survey? That is, we need to start getting that out. We're gonna start having home basketball games, and so I think we're gonna set up a couple of computers and so people can take the survey when they get to basketball games, and even offer up like a concession, $5 concession stand voucher if they take the time to fill out the survey.
Can I fill it out more than once?
No, we gotta figure all that out. So, but it might be limited to like the first 50 people or whatever, type of thing and stuff. But you gotta show that you're from Deerfield, and the other team giving us feedback. Was there anything that you felt didn't make sense or needed to be changed, or?
The only thing I thought was maybe on some of the abbreviations, like spelling it out so people know exactly what you're talking about in case they don't understand.
Yeah, don't use the lingo.
Yeah, just in case, that way they know which programs you're talking about for sure. That was the only thing I thought when I read through it.
I'm gonna do something real quick. I know you have the information in front of you, but I just wanted to try this. So ESSER 2, real quick, I just wanted, and it's behind you as well if it's easier to turn around and look at that screen. But this is a breakdown of total of our ESSER 2 budget. So the 200 and some thousand that it was, and so each category, 15,000 for staff, 25,000 for curriculum, 25,000 for professional development, $12,000 for extended school year, $146,688, and it gives you the percentages of that total over there. So then this is technology. So this is just the technology expense. So this is broken down what we've bought with our technology dollars and the dollar amount of each of those. And so then at the bottom, what is remaining out of that 146,000. And we can make changes to this plan, and we can put a change order in and allocate money other places if we don't need to spend $27,000 more dollars on technology if it needs to go somewhere else. We can put in change orders to these plans, to this plan. So, curriculum expenses, those are 2 curriculum purchases. So we have $5,094.04. That rose in SEL is for a curriculum that Mrs. Ball's purchased around literature, but teaching SEL through literature and reading and those type of things. So there. We haven't done anything in staff expenses, and we'll talk more about that yet. Nothing in professional development where we're going to move some stuff over into this, and so this will be spent as we move some professional development over into this. Extended school year, this was summer, so this is money that we can use to run programs. I would love to talk to the principals today if we ever have some time. I would love to sit down and look at what it would take and cost to extend our summer program, to do like a STEAM summer program up through the middle school age. And so instead of just elementary school, up through the middle school, to have an opportunity for those kids as well. All of that money has to be spent by 2023, by the way. So it doesn't have to be spent right now. It just all has to be spent by 2023. ESSER 3 is 2024.
The end of 22.
It would actually be, so it has to be encumbered in September and spent by December and gone by December of 23.
23.
Yeah.
So school year 22.
Yeah.
4 years.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So, not up there, but Emporia State's they're doing a big study and they're working with like USA Kansas, KSDE, a lot of people on a Kansas teacher retention survey to study the teacher shortage in Kansas. Right now, our district has they sent me this information, we have a 33% response rate right now for the survey. So that means we've had 7 of our teachers fill that out. So I just every once in a while send that out to them, and they can do it or not do it. It's just for information that people are going to take and study. So the guy that actually did the LINK grant, kind of led the LINK grant, is leading this study as well and stuff. Over the weekend, our principals don't even know this unless I guess you watched Spartan Chat this morning. But over the weekend, I got an email from Dr. Watson. Last year, we got the Copper Star for graduation rate on the Kansas Star Recognition Program. This weekend, we got a letter, and we were awarded the Gold Star for our graduation rate. So that's a positive, a good thing. Obviously, can't go any higher than gold. So, I don't know if you have any questions around the walkthrough data. You have that information on your computer as well. So this is the first 9 weeks data. So these are 3 to 5 minute little snippets that the principals go in, and they're in there to look at what's going on. They just mark what they see. They don't mark what they think they might have saw or what they might think's coming next after they walk out. They just mark what they see, and then they can ask questions to the teachers and have conversation and create a dialogue. The areas are, obviously, we've changed it because we're trying to focus on things that we're working on, right? Co-teaching. We spent a year training on co-teaching. We spent a year training on PBL. We've brought people in on ELL strategies, and we focus on certain ELL strategies. Blooms is important to understand because obviously you guys understand it. Remember, understand, apply, analyze, and create. You can't live and analyze and create all the time because you have to have some understanding. You have to have some remember. Can they apply it? We do, as a district, need to get those numbers up higher though. We don't want to see our time being spent our higher percentages in understand and remember, because that's low level, not a whole lot of rigor and things like that in those tasks. And so we do want to see numbers go higher. But once again, 3 to 5 minutes, and that's what they saw. And so it is what it is. But these are good things for us. And you can go back, I'm not going to keep you here just analyzing everyone, but that I shared the elements with you. And so every 9 weeks, I do this. I'll break these down and add them so it's broken out each 9 weeks by how many, and the total, so we know how many. And we have a goal. I don't know if you realize that down there. So we set a goal. I should say I set a goal for the principals. And so the goal is 8 a week, but we understand that life happens, and so an acceptable is 6 a week. And so the principals know if they're in that 6 to 8 range that they're on target there with what they're doing. Because it's important to be in the classroom, that instructional leadership, constant communication, and having those conversations and those things. And so these numbers over here for where we should, like a total team goal, if we met it, would be 560 at the end of the school year. An acceptable team goal, that would be 6 a week, would be 420. So these type of things. Any questions? The other thing that's important to pay to time period. So that means when they walk in, they know what period of the day, the class it is. Is it the beginning of the class, the middle of the class, and the end of the class? You know, and so one thing that we can gain from this is that, and I had to do this as a principal as well. I had to get really intentional because I found myself always ending up in the middle of a class period. And so I really had to like put it on my calendar almost, like go do a walkthrough on this teacher at this time and like set a reminder so I walked in at the beginning of a class. And it's even harder at the end of the class, like to go in the last 5 minutes of a class and see what's going on, because it's important. We want bell to bell, right? We want that instruction and those type of things. And so we want to see diversity in those numbers as well. And then did you guys have anything over FastBridge data? Mary, you sent me an email. I don't know if you want to talk about that, Mary.
I was just looking at it because I think it's great how we're showing a great improvement. Our high risk is going down, our college pathways are going up. Of course, I love reading, always. And so it's good to see that the kids are starting to do, and I don't know if that's a direction of our current ELA teacher. I don't know what's exactly changed that, but I just really thought it was good, and that's the kind of stuff that the community, like, you know, they want to do the sports and all that stuff. I think this is very positive for the direction we're heading in. So I think having the Pathways program too probably helps. But it's good.
And that once again, that document's in there for you to be able to look at. I know it's kind of hard to see the numbers and stuff.
It'll be interesting to see the math.
But yeah, we'll have math next month. So, and they are trending in the right direction there. And then we break it down by buildings, obviously, our elementary. I think last year at this time in the fall we were at 7% at College Pathway. We had 7% of our kids at College Pathway, and now we're at over 17% of our kids at College Pathway. So, those bar graphs, it's the same number. It's just presented to you 2 different ways. I just have to put numbers in this one over here because to get this to show up. So, we're going to test in December. We'll start testing again after Thanksgiving for our winter data. That'll get entered in here, and then we'll have that middle part, just like we do in the fall. We'll have that middle part and update all of this stuff. It's also stuff we'll use in our KISA process for accreditation, because reading is one of our focuses through our KISA process. So school and our high school. So, any questions? So next month, there'll be math. I'm working on the social emotional data as well. So we'll be able to look at those as well. Evaluations, already it's kind of crazy to think, but I'll start working with the principals to getting their evaluations put together so then I can share those with you as the board. And then just remember, last year we shot for February to be the month that you made your decision on extending contracts or not to the administration. So that'll be kind of what I shoot for, is to start getting with the principals and completing their evaluations and then getting those to you, by January, unless you want them before that, so that you can look at them in January and then think about it and come back and make your decisions in February around that, so everybody knows where they're at going forward there. We have an absentee problem. If you watched my Spartan chat this morning, we have a huge absentee problem at USD 216. It's absolutely insane. The number of kids that we have miss school. And so in October in elementary, we had 170 absences for the month of October in elementary. That's full days. I confirmed with Kelsey, that is full days gone. That's not, I missed a couple of hours and got counted. That's not absences by an hour or something like that. That's full days. So we got 170 in October in the elementary, 50 in the middle school, 85 in the high school. What is that? 305 in October total absences in the district. And so we've got to figure out how to address and what's going on. When Deerfield went to a 4-day school week, part of that agreement or an understanding was that everybody would try to schedule as much as they can on Fridays and keep kids in school and not have appointments and different things like that. And so I don't know if we're getting away from that and different things there, but it's alarming. And the other months aren't any better. So I just pulled October for you, but August and September are not. Well, actually I didn't. I got them all. August elementary 159, middle school 30, high school 28. So a total of 208 in August. September 93, elementary, middle school 27, high school 74. So in September it was a total of 194.
Do you think that maybe, like with parents who work shift work, they have to do the appointments like on their days off? Could that be a cause of it too? Because we do have a lot of shift work parents. Like if you think it's appointments.
It might be, that could be some of it, and I think appointments are a little piece of the pie in the whole thing.
Do you have that split up into how many were quarantined for COVID?
So going through, like in August, in the elementary, 46 of the 159 absences are marked. We do, in our spreadsheet, the secretaries do. So 46 of those 159 were marked by the secretaries as COVID related. There, like in September, in the elementary, 19 were marked as COVID related. In middle school, 12 of the 27 were marked as COVID related. In the high school, 21 of the 74 were marked as COVID related. October, 64 of the 170 in the elementary were marked as COVID related. 23 of the 50 in the middle school were marked as COVID related, and 35 of the 85 in the high school were marked as COVID related.
You're talking maybe a third.
You're still talking over 100 kids in the elementary alone every month.
Every month, but it's not all COVID either. So
Right, that's
something
what I'm
else
saying.
is
100, that's after
going
COVID.
on.
Yeah, that's what I said. We have an absentee problem. I didn't say, I'm not saying we have
So
yeah,
that's why I'm
Yeah.
wondering, like, if it's parents taking, like, because they're shift working,
Those are full days.
maybe they do like dentist
Oh,
and
no.
this and this. All in one.
My parents never let me go to the dentist to stay home all day. Get your ass back to school, I don't care if
Because
you
I've
are
seen
slobbering
that.
all over everything.
I
I've
don't know,
seen-
after reading some of those shoe boxes, it's probably, parents just aren't home, so
Yeah.
they don't come.
So when do
I know
they
that's a
start
problem.
with the truancy?
Well, if they're unexcused, right, if they're excused absences, so if they're calling them in. What is the truancy? Can you guys remind me?
I'm sorry, what? What's the
Truancy, when do we start with truancy?
The process starts at 3, whether they're unexcused or excused and even late, we start talking with parents and, you know, encouraging them to be in school and so on and so forth. And I think it's, I don't know, a week if it's, and then we turn it over to Garnet and turns it over to the lawyer, but really, I don't know that much is done at that point.
But have you guys had to start following that process at all with any of them?
We'll send out like a certified letter if we don't get a response from parents
It's all
and either verbal or face-to-face.
mumbled.
So just because the parent calls in doesn't mean it's excused, right?
Exactly,
So it's-
and that is in our handbook and our policy that, we recommend that appointments be done on Fridays because we don't have school and just because it is excused,
We've
you
gotten
call in doesn't
more
mean that it's a
lately.
legit reason, so we've had parents
But
call
that's
in
more
before out of fear of
school
another
guys,
parent
yes.
coming and getting the kid, that's not an excused absence, you know, a what if situation like that, and there's different reasons.
I don't know, just scheduling appointments on Fridays thing is,
Oh.
so many places now that aren't open on Fridays.
I know, that's the thing.
So,
That's true.
I mean, that's,
Ingles went to a 4-day week this year, and they don't go to school on Mondays. They go Tuesday through Friday.
Yeah, there was someone I was talking to, I think it might be Copeland.
there was discussion about that when we did it. And nobody else around was doing it at that point, so.
Yeah, because.
Going to a
they
4-day week
remember
was a big enough step, we didn't want to be
our
necessary.
closed on Friday.
Well, honestly, like, I could see the benefit of going to school on Friday because you have your big games and stuff anyways, like.
Oh, I know.
most days, like, cause it's weird sometimes not to have school on
Being in
Fridays, like,
athletics, I would have hated it.
yeah.
So they might as well go now because they practice from like 9 in the morning
That
till
may be
1.
something worth looking at though.
Yeah.
If they're playing multiple
So
sports.
if you're going up north, play a 3 o'clock game on Friday.
That helps.
You're gonna miss all the school.
That's the best part of being in sports, was missing school, okay, guys?
Easy.
Well, hopefully with the changes in that, we're not going as far north anymore.
Winning.
That was the best part.
Okay.
But I just wanted to bring that up. It's just something we're tracking and stuff, and I shared it in Spartan Chat this morning. Around COVID, we have 286 days of household quarantine total, so we have 260 days of absence household quarantine. Another 41 days of quarantine from positive cases. We've had a total of 22 positive student cases. 11 of those came after being quarantined at home. They then tested positive when they were testing. Out of those 22, we've had 6 staff positives, which have totaled 37 days out, and 1 staff quarantine, 3 days out. Since the new policy's been put in place, we've tracked 22, close contacted 22 students so far. And today was the 50th day of school, so it's that we've been in school.
What, on those absentees, can you like break it down even more, trying to figure out, like maybe there needs to be, I don't know, some more support for parents or something, do you think? Or is that stretching too far?
In terms of,
I don't know. Let me think about it, and I'll email you about it. I have an idea.
Are you ready?
Yep.
So, I know it's late, and stuff, but we need to discuss, we're not gonna go through that whole packet, but we need to start doing some budget training and work and not just waiting until, June or July to start having budget discussions. And the most important one right now is the one that caused all the hoopla in September, is 08, the supplemental general. And so that packet is the last 3 years.
Yes, the last 3 years and then up to today.
Yeah, today. Like I said, you can take this home and look at it, but I'm gonna have Raina talk to you and go over some things, because one thing Raina and I need to know is, what is your vision for this fund balance moving forward? Because this year you elected to carry over $170,000 in that fund. And so with the recommendation that Matt Medill made and that we had made, I don't completely go all the way to Matt's side and KSDE. I've talked to people at KSDE like Craig Moonswander. I don't think it's a zero balance, but I think it's a lot closer to zero balance than what it is to utilize that fund like it's supposed to be done. So go ahead.
So I have included for each year, except this year because it's in your board packet, the cash summary, the expense budget report, a revenue audit report, and an expenditure report. Since we moved over from FA2 to APTA fund, so it looks kind of different, but they're all the same. So you can see, we're looking at 08, so you can see what we budget for them, what we spent, and the revenues and where they came in. So you'll notice for 18, 19, 19, 20, in 08 there was revenues for daycare, there's no longer that. You'll see certain changes. So we must budget the full amount that we are going to get from the county and the state, but we don't have to spend all of it. So when you look at the budget expenses, or it's called account summary report in APTA fund, you will see that we budgeted for the whole amount, but we don't have to spend it. On the cash summaries, you will see what our carryover balances were. So like 18, 19 was 185,000, 195 in 19, 20, and then the 172 in this year. So, I mean, I would like you to go over it and see if we're doing what you want us to do. But I would really like to know what you want us to do based on the ending balance, so that we can know how much we can spend, how much transfers that I have to move around, and all of that. Questions for me?
So the max we can have is like 770, right?
Yeah, so this year, if you look at the account summary, we're supposed to get $770,000. So
that number isn't gonna change a lot.
No.
I mean, that's a dollar amount.
Yeah.
That we can get, it's not based off mill levy or valuation.
Well,
is my understanding of it.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
So if our valuation goes up, it's gonna take.
But that doesn't affect this year. So if our valuation goes up, that's for next year.
Right, but if our valuation goes up over the next 3 years,
Yeah.
it takes less mills to generate $770,000.
Yes, right.
So, and when Mark and I were talking with Matt the other day, because he said the same thing, like these are discussions got to start happening.
Yeah.
And I don't disagree with that. I mean, of course, ideally, I don't want to pay taxes either. Or I don't want to pay any more taxes, for sure. But we also have a lot of issues that are going on that need addressed. I mean, is our valuation has to start rising.
So.
It has to. You can't have $3.50 gas for an extended period of time and tell me that these gas and oil companies aren't selling oil for higher prices. It's a bunch of crap. So, but it trails. I mean, it's like a 5-year average, so it takes time. So it was a little bit slower to come down. It's going to be slower to follow. But 2, 3, 4 years from now, we should be sitting better than we are now. I would certainly hope. Because our gas and oil companies were almost bottomed out at the bare minimums that they could pay taxes on. So they couldn't go much lower. And that was 4 years ago. And ideally, in my mind, we would keep our mill levy steady or limit the increase, generate more revenue because our valuation's increasing, and be able to spend down based off that. I don't know when we get those numbers exactly and how soon. You have an idea? But Matt also suggested like stepping it down over 4 or 5 years. So if we carried over 170 this year, carry over
120,
120
100, something like that.
this year, and 100 next year, and 75 the following year. Ease it in.
I think my thought is to carry over, get to a point of $50,000 is what we carry over. But to get to that $50,000 to carry over, we need to do
Over
it.
the next 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, over 3 or 4 years, or 2 or 3 years. So we're not having to raise the mill levy or anything as much as taking it all at one time. What we proposed this year.
So I can readjust my budget to less than 120,000. That's what you're saying, right?
In less than 170.
So you wanna do 170, you wanna carry over 170?
No, he's saying we
I'm
carry
saying like
170,
120,
go to 125.
Okay, no, that's what I'm saying, I
That's what you're saying, yeah.
readjust it to, okay.
So-
End of
so-
this year,
so-
we'll finish with $125,000 in that budget.
Right,
That's what we're saying. That's what we'll start next year.
just step it down.
And then next year we do 100 or
Yeah,
90.
get, so I'll say in
Valuation
3
comes back,
years, 3 or 4
75.
years, get to 50. And just kind of incrementally that down over that time frame.
There's a really, there's a good documentary on PBS, and it's all about the economy, like if you like economics. But they're talking about it, and it will not go back up. It will not change for the next 2 years, is what they're predicting. Because the bank doesn't have enough money to cover everything that's coming out, and the government doesn't have enough to pay their debts back. So they're forcing.
Well, sure they do. They just keep spitting it out of the printer.
So you can track it. It's really interesting, but it won't go back up. They have to keep inflation low. They have to keep everything down.
Because of what we're borrowing.
Yep. Yeah, because so what they said was basically it would cripple schools, it would cripple small business, it would cripple all these things because of how much debt to income there is and everything else.
Well, and going back to yours with the oil and gas, at some point in time, we have this of last year when it was 0.
Yeah.
I mean, when the barrel of oil was 0, we're gonna have to work through that before we start
Right.
fitting that in there.
But it was down there, and it's been down there for several years.
And hopefully, yeah,
And it's what, $100, $80, $90?
yeah, 80.
There's an article the other day that said it'll be at 120 per barrel here pretty quick, and that we'll be paying $4.50 a gallon before you know it.
Because we're
Christmas is coming. Thanksgiving's coming. It'll go up. Okay.
Well, that helps us because now we know kind of where we're going and can make decisions and stuff now. So we didn't care. We just wanted to know what the direction was.
And then Mark, you were asking about cell phones. So if you look at 08, you will see the 2 cell phone lines, where it says plan receipts and plan payables. So all the cell phone payments go into that account and I paid from there. So you can see that it's kind of, you may notice some, like at the end of last year, I had a lot of people order phones in June. So it kind of looks like we got less than we received, but that catched up the next month. No.
the last thing I have is just from the audit, and it's probably gonna be January, but when they come in to present the audit, to the board. Welcome to the board in January. One thing we've gotta do to clean up some stuff is you're gonna see a transfer of about $5,000 from the district to activities funds. Because we've gotta zero those accounts out to get it started back right to where it needs to be and stuff. And so that's what they came up with, was this is the only way. So we've inactivated a lot of accounts that don't need to be active anymore, so that we're only on those accounts and stuff. So there's gonna be a ton of procedures and changes over the next few months. So and they'll talk more about that, I'm sure, in January.
So, yeah.
And that is just the checks and balances, our procedures. I mean, so one person isn't following the whole thing through. So they're suggesting that we just split some duties on it, so, and it's gonna be difficult to try to figure out how you're gonna split them with the smallest.
It's gonna be ugly. The auditor, I'm getting, Matt texted me late the week before last or very early last week and asked if I could come in. I came in, I think, Wednesday morning, and Mark showed up. I honestly had no clue what I was walking into. I thought it was gonna be a, hey, how you doing? This is what we're doing. An hour and a half later, I was walking out of there feeling like
I came in Thursday.
through a vasectomy.
He asked me to come sign a couple papers.
Right. Holy smokes, he was just a ray of sunshine. But it's all,
It's all fixable.
It's no fault of anybody
Right.
here. You have a brand new superintendent, a brand new board clerk, and a brand new treasurer that took over the way things were being done, that there's zero, I mean, one of the first comments out of his mouth is, I could steal $100,000 from you, you wouldn't even know it. And when he started talking about all these things, I point blank asked him, what in the hell have our auditors been doing for the last 20 years? And his answer was, cashing your check. Which is what I thought for several years, not just from these ones, but from the previous ones too. But man, a lot of the stuff he was pointing out, after he pointed it out, I'm like, that completely makes sense. So it's gonna be not pretty, but that's okay, that's what we're paying for.
Well, it's not gonna be pretty on what we need to put in place.
But once it's in place, everything will be better.
Yes.
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 And it's to protect
getting there.
everybody.
And it's protect everybody, so.
So, are you done? Yeah. Do we have questions for Tyson? All right. I typed up some notes from the conference over the weekend, which I'm very disappointed that that's the first time I've ever went. It was an excellent use of time. These are just a couple of the sessions that had particularly interesting stuff. Another one, which I actually emailed or texted Jennifer about and asked Tyson about, was this JAG-K, which sounds like it's crazy. Like, write down the path of what we're trying to do with Career and Tech Ed stuff. I don't know, I think Jennifer's gonna look into it maybe a little bit, see what happens, but it looks like they have a lot of resources available to them. It looks like it's insane to help students too.
They use it at Dart.
And Holcomb does too. And I was concerned when they started talking, it was all geared towards bigger schools, because Holcomb was the smallest school that they had mentioned through the whole presentation, and then somebody asked at the end, and they actually have a they're piloting a middle school feeder program at, Wyandotte. And she said the smallest school she thought they had in the state was Stafford, which is about our size. I think she said about 50 kids in high school. And so they were definitely interested in partnering schools. I mean, if you have a couple smaller schools that would work where you can partner together. They haven't done it, but it's something they've talked about. The last session I went to was on dress code, and it was 2 board members from Lawrence. They completely went in and modified their dress code. They had a lot of good data behind it, and I'll get it to you if you want it. But they did it from like an equity perspective, because when they looked at it, like 80% of their dress code violations were female. And then a huge majority of the males that were getting dress coded were either Hispanic or Black. So minority in how their dress codes were written, which is basically how a lot of them read. And I really went just because I'm sick and tired of hearing a 14-year-old talk about the dress code every single night. But a lot of the stuff they had to say and how they went about rewriting it was really, really good. They went like off the deep end, extreme, crazy in my opinion, on what they can wear to school in Lawrence, Kansas now. But they did it district-wide, because she even pulled up like different middle schools had different rules, different high schools, none of them actually have a district-wide dress code. So it's something I think probably worth looking at over the next few months. There was a lot of good ideas in there, but basically as long as you cover your private parts in Lawrence, you're good. Tube tops, yoga pants, you're gold. It was a bit much for me. But anyway, it was an awesome, it really was a really good conference. All right, so we are on to number 9. I think we were at 10. All right, there's a quote from AJ Graphics to wrap the bus. Included in the packet. Thoughts, discussion?
Do we want to wait on that?
Thank you.
To see about
Yeah.
this deal? Can we talk to him about that?
Talk to
AJ, see if
Oh, yeah.
we send him some if they can work with it.
Yeah.
So we're gonna table it?
Okay.
Alright, well, that was easy. Superintendent handbook is included as well. Did we not make changes before? Did we just table it?
Told me to bring it back in 2 or 3 months. Push it another month.
Yep. It's after 10 o'clock, everything's getting pushed. I had some stuff in there that, can we agree to everybody look through it? And come back next month ready to talk about it?
Yeah.
I don't think you're getting off because it's your last one. You slack it. Alright. Alright, the weather program.
Table that too.
Alright, well, it's just,
I got a question on BAM.
Yeah, you can ask questions.
I mean, I want to BAM. What? What's the purpose of trying to do this?
I was safety stuff, like being able to have more information, and like one thing that caught my attention, I go either way with it. One thing that caught my attention was the ability to access live meteorologists right away in a chat, and like to talk to them and be like, hey, like this winter, like, hey, they're calling for snow, like, and you know, they gave me some ideas and situations where, because that's one of the worst parts of my job, is they're forecasting snow, bad weather, and trying to get it right or wrong, and like with all the people we have driving in and stuff like that. And so that was just kind of the higher level. I can go, yeah, I think Jared or somebody said, you know, you can get a lot of that stuff, go to National Weather Service, and that's what I did last year, and get a lot of that information. But they do have like a live person. They have, this was designed by meteorologists, and so he showed me, like, when he was giving the demonstration, he was in the chat, had the chat room up, and just asked a question, and like 15 seconds later, one of their meteorologists responded, you know, live right there and stuff and everything. So,
Are you signed up with Everbridge?
no,
It's our county water system.
Yeah.
There is, and that's why I asked, because you don't have the live interaction, but you can go, if you sign up in there, I think there's like 100+ weather alerts that you can sign up for, and you can pick and choose which ones you want. From hurricane warnings, I mean, everything that the National Weather Service basically puts out a watch warning for is available in there. And so you can go through and pick, I picked like severe thunderstorms, watch warnings, some stuff I just have warnings. But as soon as they issue it, my phone's blown up. I can have my radio on at home, and a lot of times I'll get the text before they even broadcast it over the radio. And I'm talking like our radio that they talk to dispatchers on. You don't have the live interaction piece of it, but there's, and you can put your zip code, you can put in, you can actually, if you wanted to, have multiple zip codes. There's some people that, when their parents live in Arizona, they get severe weather down there, they want to know, so they plug in that zip code and get alerts for there too. So, that's an option that doesn't cost anything.
that was, and
Well,
the lightning part of it was kind of
Right.
like you could set like notifications, and it's in that circle, and so as soon as a lightning strike hits in that circle, boom, it gives you that. So, like I said, there's a lot of stuff. They presented, I listened, I was like, sounds like I said,
Well,
the worst part of it.
it's like our winter is the worst to predict a snowstorm.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, when we cancel school and it's 50 degrees out, that day we're canceling school because it didn't come through.
Yeah.
I mean, that's.
Yeah, I
understand.
I just wanted to share and present it, and they gave me all their information, and all that information I attached to kind of explain what their service compared to the National Weather Service and other things and stuff on there.
Okay.
I'll send you the link for that to look at it. You still want to look at this? Alright, so 9.4 with corrections, good.
No.
So advertisement, full-time sub, we had one. She left.
No, she's still here. This would be adding an additional.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So the
Subs are a problem.
sub shortage is obviously a problem, a huge problem, and I don't know. We're tied, or we're the highest paying school district in this area when it comes to subs. All of those things, huh?
We are the highest.
Yeah. And so, but we still struggle to get people over here. So I'm trying to think of ways to address this. One way is like we've done with Mrs. Garcia. She's here every day, and if we need her as a sub, she subs. If not, she works as a para. And so we talked and looked at things. We could use some of that ESSER II funds for staff to help with some of the salary and stuff, but if we could find the right person to hire another long-term sub slash para, or not long-term sub, full-time substitute slash para to be here every day to add another layer. I don't know how else to, I don't know what else to do to address the substitute situations. Because the thing you have to understand is if there's no subs, then it's our teachers that are being pulled from their plan periods and stuff to go in and cover and those classes, and so they lose out on that value of time that they have to do things and stuff. And so,
And I was telling Tyson we were about to lose one of our good subs.
yeah, maybe the top sub in the district's getting ready to go by the wayside. So, but so that is, if you don't understand that, we had this conversation, but because Mrs. Dandler will become a board member in January, she no longer can sub. She can't work for the school district. That pulls another one off our list, and she does sub a lot for us and stuff.
I think you have to get creative in finding stuff, people to work, so if this is one way to do it, we should probably give it a try. So, yeah, I'll make the motion, cause gotta do something.
I'll second.
Harry and Casey, any more discussion? All in favor? All right, I'm going to motion the board go into executive session. You two can go if you want. You can go too if you want, but you're welcome to stay too. And sit in the hall for
Hours.
How long? Move the board go into executive session with Dresslinger to discuss classified certified personnel, strength, non-elected personnel, exception of Tacoma, and return to the open meeting act. Do we need Brandon here?
Yeah.
For this one?
I'm sorry, I didn't know what you did.
Okay, so both of these two. So we've got to discuss whatever they've got to discuss. And we're gonna kick them out. We got an evaluation.
I'll keep it short. I'll keep it short.
10:45.
We
All right.
shoot at 10:30.
I'm with you. I'm just being realistic.
Okay.
Second.
I moved, Mark seconded. All in favor? 7-0. I can go 6-1, I don't care.
Can you wave at him?
Oh, good night. Good news.
No.
We're still.
Number
11.
Okay. Employment matters. Keith, are you making that motion?
Yeah.
I'll second.
What's the motion? Accept resignation?
yeah.
Motion to accept the resignation of Wendy Byrne, middle school player.
Keith moved, Casey seconded.
Yep.
All in favor? 7-0. Good news. Huh? Casey, 2 minutes.
What?
We got 2 minutes to get through everybody.
Well, you better just keep on moving there, because I can't do anything in 2 minutes.
I had something, but I can't think of it now, so come back to me. My brain's fried.
It's been too long of a night.
Okay, what about, I want to do the professional development that the teachers are getting to do. It's like increased greatly over the last year. I think they're getting more opportunities to grow and learn new things. And I think it's been really good.
I'll just say one, maybe not so much good news, but just appreciation of the admin and the staff for, it's been a tough go the last month of COVID, and everybody's working hard. It's not fun by any means, but we're still going, still pushing, still fighting. And it's appreciative, because we all know it's terrible, and I just appreciate your guys' effort.
I would say, I think it's really cool that they took a busload of kids up to Kansas City to the Auschwitz display.
Yep.
Living in this, in the culture that we're living in, where we're trying to erase every bit of negative history, I think that's awesome. I really wanted to go, and I was up there, and you can't get a ticket on a weekend until January 1st. The first available ticket.
The one in Dallas is pretty good too, if you can't get to Kansas City.
So I was glad to see that we were taking kids there.
They seem to really enjoy it.
Did we let you off the hook?
Just let me go.
No, it was on a weekend,
I don't
wasn't
have
it?
a brain anymore.
We
They went on a
are
weekend, right?
Friday.
adjourned.
Yeah, it was.
Friday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Friday, yeah.
Adjourned.
Adjourned.